She doesn't carry a badge. She carries a teacup and the weight of every lie you thought you buried. Welcome to Miss Marple and Mystery, a haunting collection of Agatha Christie's finest short stories where secrets fester in quiet corners and justice arrives in the most unexpected ways. Step into a world of disguises, double lives, and deadly intentions from elegant drawing rooms to foreign shores, where nothing is ever quite what it seems. An actress disappears. A stranger on a train whispers of danger. A cryptic will triggers a web of betrayal. And at the center of it all, one sharp-eyed woman who sees through it all. Miss Marple doesn't just solve crimes, she unmasks character. In each tale, she peels back the genteel surface of society to expose the truths most people are too polite or too afraid to face. This isn't cozy crime. It's Christie at her most piercing psychological, ironic, and quietly ruthless. So press play. Because behind every pleasant smile lies a story, and Miss Marple, she's already one step ahead. Chapter 41. The case was closed, but the door was still locked. You told them it was Louise. You laid out the reasoning. Slow and crisp, like lace on clean linen. She'd donned the disguise. She'd forged the will. She'd fired the arrow. And they believed you. So did the inspector. So did Raymond. Even poor little Edmund, his eyes wide with reluctant trust. The case, they said, was closed. But you couldn't sleep. There was a detail you hadn't spoken aloud. A small thing, insignificant. Really. The scent of lavender. You'd noticed it. Faint, but present. In the drawing room, an hour after the murder. Not on Louise. Not on Mrs. Cresswell. Not on any of the women in the house, but in the room, and only for a moment. Familiar, out of place, and that's when it struck you. Lavender was Miss Greenshaw's scent. Heavy, overpowering. She wore it always. But after her death, it should have faded. It shouldn't have returned unless someone had re-entered the room after the body was moved, unless someone had brought her scent back with them. You sit quietly in your parlor, the evening shadows creeping up your knitting basket. A voice in your mind, not your own, murmurs. Cases rarely close. Jane. They're only put away where people stop looking. The next morning, you write a letter to Inspector Welch. Gotchi, Mom? You phrase it gently, a mere inquiry. Might there be a record of who had access to the house after the coroner left? Any personnel who stayed unaccounted for. He doesn't reply, not for 2 days. When he does, the message is brief. No unusual activity. Louise Oxley confessed during questioning. Diagrams and fingerprints match your theory. Case closed. Again, but you've lived too long to trust neat endings. You walk the garden path outside your cottage, watching birds alight on a dry fence. There's a pattern in the shadows beneath their wings, fluttering, almost Morse-like. And in that flickering thought, you realize you were meant to catch Louise. She wasn't clumsy. She was visible. The accidental drop of the forged will, the easily traceable red scarf, the unconvincing acting during the call. A young woman, clever enough to orchestrate a murder, shouldn't have made such obvious errors. Unless she wanted to be caught, unless she wasn't trying to get away with murder, but trying to protect someone else. That night, you find the old folder Raymond once brought you, the one about the previous inhabitants of Greenshaw's Folly. A name stands out, Mildred Vane. A cousin, estranged, supposedly left the country years ago. No one mentioned her during the inquiry, but in one newspaper clipping, she's quoted, "I'll never set foot in that monstrosity again, not while Agnes lives there." You check the date, 6 months before Miss Greenshaw died. But there's no record of Mildred leaving England. None at all. And then there's the final piece, a photograph taken just before the crime, the garden party. In the background, barely visible, a woman in the shadows, watching from a second-floor window, wearing dark clothes, face obscured, wrong height for Louise, too angular for the housekeeper. You recognize the outline of the window. It belongs to a room declared unused during the police sweep, the one with the warped door and broken lock. The room no one entered. You lean back in your chair. Your tea has gone cold. Outside, the wind whispers through the hollyhocks like someone breathing secrets through the hedges. You don't say it aloud, but you know what the voice inside you is already asking. What if Louise didn't commit the murder? What if she covered for someone? And what if that someone is still inside the house? Chapter 42. A room no one claimed to own. You don't tell Raymond you're going. He'd protest. Call it morbid. Remind you that Louise is in custody. Aunt Jane. It's over. But Raymond always did prefer clean endings. You've lived long enough to know the truth rarely obliges. Greenshaw's Folly hasn't changed. Still towering. Still hideous. Still defiant against the sky, like a relic of someone's failed ambition. You announce yourself at the gate. A new caretaker answers, young, suspicious, glances at your gray hair, like it might carry contagion. You speak gently. I'm writing a piece for a little local paper about historical houses. Dear, might I take a few photos of the exterior? He shrugs, opens the gate. Just like that. Some doors don't even need keys, just the right excuse. You don't go to the drawing room. You don't walk the garden path. You go straight for the west wing staircase. The one no one used. The one leading to the unused rooms. The second floor is colder, airless. The carpet is thinner here, worn bare in a precise arc in front of the last door, the one that never quite latched. You touch the doorknob, still warped, still resisting. You lean your weight in. It creaks open. The room is empty. Almost a single wooden chair, an old washstand, a moth-bitten velvet curtain half pulled across the window. But the dust betrays everything. There's movement here, a cleared path from door to window, a smudged ring on the washstand glass or mug, a thread of dark wool caught in the curtains. You bend closer. It's fine. And long, not from any garment you've seen, not from Louise, not from any of the staff. But it is familiar, because it's the same color as the woman in the photograph, the one in the upstairs window, the one no one noticed at the time. You sit in the chair, close your eyes, let the house speak. And it does not with sound, but with presence. Someone lived here, not long ago, and not secretly, not exactly. No, they lived as if they belonged, and everyone else simply agreed not to notice. You remember the quote from the old clipping? I'll never set foot in that monstrosity again. Not while Agnes lives there. Mildred Vane, estranged cousin, known to be sharp-tongued, emotionally brittle, supposedly gone abroad, no confirmation, no signature on any passenger manifest, no will, no obituary, no trail, just a vanishing act, like smoke slipping behind a curtain. You step back out into the hall, walk toward the old linen closet across the corridor. You open the door and smile. Because some truths don't hide. They just wait. Inside is a stack of towels, folded with military precision, all embroidered with initials, M.V. You return to the drawing room. The caretaker looks up, puzzled. You get what you needed, miss. You nod. Yes. Thank you. Just a few architectural details. Oh, by the by, have you had any issues with the upstairs rooms? He frowns. Only the west one. Door warps. But we keep it locked. No one's supposed to go in. Not after that woman disappeared. You pause. Disappeared. He shrugs. Dunno much. Housekeeper before me said there used to be a lodger or family member up there. No one talks about her now. Old files say she left, but no one saw her leave. You walk back down the gravel path. The truth presses against your rib cage like an old bruise. Louise didn't act alone. She wasn't even the point. She was a cover, a decoy. The crime everyone saw was a mask for the crime no one looked at. You pass the iron gate and glance back once, at the tower, at the second-floor window. For a moment, you think you see her. Not Louise, not Agnes Greenshaw, but the other one, Mildred, or whoever she's pretending to be now. Whoosh man, watching, still inside, still free. You don't wave. You just keep walking, because now you know. The house didn't hold a murder. It held a story designed to be solved. So the real one could hide in plain sight. Chapter 43. The woman who was never on the record. Her name no longer exists in any official document. Not in the parish records. Not in the hospital logs. Not in the house accounts of Greenshaw's Folly. But you saw her initials on a towel. You saw her silhouette in the upstairs window. You felt her presence in a room full of nothing. Mildred Vane, the cousin who vanished. Not with drama, but with deliberate erasure. You return to St. Mary Mead's records office. The woman behind the desk knows you. She offers you a biscuit before asking why you've come. You smile and ask for any correspondence from Greenshaw's Folly in the year prior to Agnes's death, especially estate matters. She frowns but obliges, brings down a stack of papers and 3 dusty ledgers. You leaf through them slowly, carefully, until your fingers find it. A letter, typed, not handwritten, addressed to a solicitor in London, stamped from Greenshaw's Folly, but not signed by Agnes. The closing line reads, "This version reflects my final wishes. M.V." Your breath stills. A second will, one never processed, never acknowledged. You glance at the date, 2 weeks before Miss Greenshaw died, and the recipient, Mr. Gareth Lavington. A name that appears nowhere in the prior case file. You travel to London the next day. You don't announce yourself. Just show up at Lavington and Keene. Receptionist raises an eyebrow. Do you have an appointment? You smile sweetly. I'm not here for legal services. Dear, just historical clarification. I believe Mr. Lavington once handled the estate of Agnes Greenshaw. The girl checks her system, then frowns. Nothing under her name. You press. Might it be under Mildred Vane? She pauses, looks again. Her eyes widen slightly. We did receive a draft will from that name, but the partner deemed it unprovable. Client was never verified in person. We closed the file. You kept a copy, of course. She prints it out. You thank her, and as you walk down the rainy London street, you unfold the pages. There in crisp legalese, primary beneficiary Mildred Vane, condition only if alive and resident within the property at time of testator's death. Secondary clause. In case of public scandal or criminal allegation, The estate passes to public trust. Your eyes narrow. She knew someone would try to frame a murder. She wasn't paranoid. She was preparing. Back in St. Mary Mead, you sit at your table with a cup of tea and an old newspaper clipping. A letter to the editor from Agnes Greenshaw, dated 1 year ago. In it, she complains about a cousin's hysterics and hints at severing family ties. But now, you read it differently. It wasn't anger. It was a warning. You go back to your notes on Louise. A young woman, newly hired, references vague. No prior employer listed. Why her? Why then? And why so obvious in her guilt, unless she was meant to be caught? Not to fail the murder, but to divert attention from the one who'd benefit from the second will. Mildred, you visit Inspector Welch again. Are you sorry? He's polite, wary. You lay out the second will, the towel, the letter from Lavington. You ask gently, was any attempt made to locate other inhabitants of the house? Any sign of Mildred Vane's departure? He hesitates, then says, the case is closed, Miss Marple. You nod, but your eyes don't blink. That doesn't mean the truth is. You leave him with the documents, just in case. That night, someone tries to enter your garden. You hear the soft crunch of gravel outside the window. Jim, I'm sure. You don't panic. You don't switch on the light. You simply pick up the telephone and dial the local constable. Then you sit, calm, knitting. As the visitor disappears into the hedge, they left no trace, except for a scent. Lavender, not the cheap kind, the heavy one, the kind Agnes used to wear, the kind someone else now wears as a mask. Chapter 44. Lavender in the dark. The prison smells of bleach and boiled wool. Cold places always do. A guard eyes you like you've wandered into the wrong building. Name, Marple. I'm visiting Louise Oxley. He scans a paper, nods. She's not had any visitors. You'll have 20 minutes. No contact. You smile gently. That's more than enough for the truth to speak. Louise is thinner, hair tucked back in a way that suggests she stopped caring about mirrors. She sees you and flinches. What do you want? To ask what you weren't allowed to say? She crosses her arms. Silent. I know you didn't kill Miss Greenshaw. Her head jerks, almost imperceptibly. I confessed. Yes, you did. But not for you, for someone else. Her fingers tighten, knuckles pale. You continue, softly. She scared you, not with violence, but with knowing you, knowing how much you needed the job, how easily your past could be questioned. She offered you protection, a way to be safe. Louise doesn't nod, but she doesn't deny it. You lay the photo on the table, the one with the shadow in the upstairs window. You point. That's her, isn't it? Louise stares, eyes glisten. She said she was Agnes's sister. She wasn't. She said they'd argued, that no one liked her, that if anyone knew she was there, the whole place would be in chaos. She wasn't Agnes's sister. She was her heir, but only if she stayed hidden. Louise trembles. She told me the will was wrong, that it had to be fixed, that Agnes was confused. She'd written a new one, but was too ill to handle it. I believed her. So you forged the old will. I didn't even forge it. She gave it to me, already signed. She said it would be better if no one asked questions. And when Agnes died, Louise looks away. She said there'd be suspicion, that I'd be blamed, that if I confessed, she'd protect my mother, that no one would know what really happened, what did happen. Louise, she doesn't speak, but her voice, when it comes, is quieter than breath. I heard it. The sound, the arrow. I was outside the room, but she was already inside. And when I opened the door, she was gone. She moved faster than anyone that age should. She smiled at me in the hallway, like it was a performance. You sit back. Let the silence do its work. Ikat. Louise reaches into her pocket, slides over a crumpled scrap. Casteso. I kept this. I don't know why. You unfold it. It's an envelope. Faint trace of lavender. Inside, a clipped newspaper headline. Air dispute over Folly Mansion resolved. But the date it's from 12 years ago, before Agnes's death. And the byline, M. Vane. Louise whispers, she planned it. She planned all of it. Even the role I was supposed to play. You fold the clipping, slide it into your pocket. Thank you. Louise, she leans forward. Desperate. Do you think they'll believe me now? You look at her. Softly. They might not, but they will have to listen. Outside the prison, the sky has turned the color of ash. Rain threatens, but doesn't fall. You walk slowly, not because you're tired, but because the next step is not into facts. It's into memory, into secrets, into rooms that were never lit. You reach for your notebook. Begin writing. Mildred Vane, confirmed presence. Second will exists. Contingent on non-scandal. Louise manipulated. Not primary. Motive control, inheritance, erasure. You pause. Add one final line. Smells like lavender, but cuts like arsenic. Chapter 45. The house was always watching you return to Greenshaw's Folly after dark. Football. Not with permission. Not with intention to explain. You come the way the truth always does, quietly. Unannounced. The caretaker's window is dark. The gate unlocked. The house looms like a carcass of old stone and older lies. You carry a torch. And a question. Who really lived in this house? You don't go to the drawing room or the garden. You go straight to the attic staircase. The one behind the old servants' corridor. The one Mildred would have used. The one no one ever inspected because it no longer led anywhere. But houses remember. They remember footsteps, secrets, and watchers. You reach the landing, push open the warped attic door. The air is stale, but there's a trace of perfume. Faint, bitter, lavender. Yes, but clinging to something more metallic. You scan the room. Dust covers everything except one trunk. Its lid sits slightly askew. You kneel, lift it. Inside, a faded photograph album, a rusted key, a leather-bound diary. Pages torn from the middle. A folded architectural blueprint. You sit cross-legged on the floor, one by one. The pieces come out. The album first, photos of Agnes, of the house being built. Then, a photo of 3 women on the lawn. One is Agnes. One is clearly Louise far younger. The third is labeled M.I., but that's not her handwriting. You'd bet your pension it's Mildred's, claiming a place in the past, rewriting it. You recognize the image. It matches the one from the garden party. Only this version was cropped. Edited. The real photo shows Mildred standing center, not in the shadows, but in the heart of the family. Next, the diary. The first entries are mild. Talk of tea, of birds, of arguments with Agnes. Then, pages ripped, not neatly, but in fury. One line remains. On a torn edge. If she dares change it back, I will. You stare, then fold it shut. The blueprint, You spread it out across the floor. It's old, but accurate. One section is circled in pencil. A space behind the pantry, labeled Servants Listening Nook. Not on any recent maps. You lean closer. There's a note in the margin. Boarded. Access only through kitchen flue. You remember that flue? No one questioned it. But it would be the perfect place to hide. Not a person, but a recorder. A place to hear without being seen. I see. A place Mildred could listen as Agnes made decisions, wrote wills, spoke to solicitors. A place to know everything. Then, and weaponize it. You fold everything back. Take only the photograph. And the blueprint, you leave the trunk as it was. You've seen enough. For now, back in your cottage, you sit before the fireplace. The clock ticks once, twice. You pin the photo to your corkboard. Beneath it, you scribble a question. Why erase your presence? Unless you plan to return as a ghost. The house was never just a house. It was a stage. Mildred was never just a cousin. She was the audience, the writer, the critic, and the final act. Now you know how she heard everything. Now you know how she predicted Agnes's choices. Now you know how the murder was written before it was committed. But the next question is harder. Who helped her? Because even ghosts need hands to move objects. And someone in the village has been silent too long. Chapter 46. The ghost had an accomplice. It starts with the postman. Mr. Digby, retired 2 years ago, but still walks the same route. Out of habit or guilt. You catch him outside the bakery. Offer him a scone. He accepts with suspicion. Then recognition. You're Miss Marple. Solved that trouble with the gardener and the hedge funds. Not quite, but close enough. He chuckles. You wait, then ask. You used to deliver to Greenshaw's Folly, didn't you? He pauses. Once a week. They didn't get much. Agnes hated letters. Said they wasted ink. And did you ever deliver anything not to Agnes? He squints. What do you mean? Legal envelopes. From London, addressed to anyone else. Say a Mildred Vane. He stares. Too long. Then, might have done. Once or twice. Odd name. Big red seal. But Miss Greenshaw told me to hand everything to her. Said she'd handle it. After that, I never asked. You nod. Did you ever see another woman? Not staff. Not family. About Agnes's age. Kept to the back of the house. Digby looks down. You don't forget someone who looks like that. She had sharp eyes, like she could see through doors. And you said nothing. He shrugs. It wasn't my house. Wasn't my business. Next is Nurse Cleary. She tended to Agnes in her last month. She now tends roses and gossip in equal measure. You find her arranging chrysanthemums in front of St. Luke's. Miss Marple, I'd heard you were stirring the ashes again. Some ashes refuse to stay cold. Nurse Cleary doesn't flinch. She finishes placing the last bloom, then straightens her spine and her tone. If this is about Louise Oxley, I already gave my statement. It isn't. You say, it's about someone who never gave hers. She doesn't ask who. She already knows. I was told never to mention her. Told by whom? She didn't need to say. She just looked at me. Did you care for Agnes alone? Most days. But sometimes there'd be a shadow in the hallway. Someone else making tea before I arrived. Notes left in the wrong handwriting. You wait. Nurse Cleary's fingers tighten around her trowel. I once found Agnes crying. Not from pain, from fear. said she'd written the wrong version, said Mildred had convinced her to change it. And then Agnes fell down the stairs 3 days later. I was told she tripped. She pauses, but she had bruises, old ones, on both arms. You write it all down. Names, dates, the shape of silences. Each of them, Digby, Cleary not accomplices by action, but by omission. People who looked away, because it was easier, because Mildred made it so. Last, you speak to Reverend Paley, a mild man, fond of pigeons and sermons. He greets you warmly. Ah, Miss Marple, come to donate for the bake sale. Only if you promise not to poison me with lemon sponge. I make no such promises. Joys, he smiles. But when you say the name Mildred Vane, the smile goes glassy. That's a name I haven't heard in, well, since before Agnes passed. Did you know her well? She came to church once, sat at the back, never sang, didn't take communion, just watched. You nod. She lived at Greenshaw's Folly. You know, that's not possible. It's not official. But it's true. You show him the blueprint, the hidden listening room, the photo. He blinks. I visited Agnes the week before her death. She tried to hand me a sealed envelope. Said, in case something happens. I thought she was being dramatic. I told her to give it to her solicitor. Did she? I don't know. I never saw the envelope again. And what did it say? He hesitates. The outside said to be opened if I die unexpectedly. That was all. Back in your cottage, you lay everything on the table. A letter never sent. A woman never seen. A will never processed. A room never searched. Shashkan. It's not coincidence. It's a plan. One Mildred set in motion long before Agnes's death. And now you know the murder didn't begin with the arrow. It began with the silence around her name. Chapter 47. The second death at Greenshaw's Folly. You hear it from the grocer. That's how all murder begins in villages like this. Not with a scream, but with a sale interrupted. They found something in the garden. He whispers, behind the rose arch, human remains, not fresh. You don't blink. You just nod. Call it in. Already did. Police are on their way, but they say it's old. Probably animal bones. You smile sadly. No animal was buried with a belt buckle marked C.W. By the time you reach Greenshaw's Folly, the constable has cordoned the garden. A young officer throws up when the soil is turned. They find it quickly. A shallow grave. Disturbed by last week's rains. A decomposed body. No skin, no face, but the clothes remain. Corduroy trousers, a wool vest, and a chain. You know that chain. You've seen it before. Around the neck of Charles Weatherby, Agnes's solicitor. He'd disappeared 6 months before her death. Rumors claimed he'd retired abroad. The truth had settled like moss. He'd had enough of village wills and ladies with cats. But now, his bones sit beneath Agnes's prize-winning roses. And suddenly, the timeline doesn't match. Because if Charles died before Agnes, then who processed her will? You ask for access to the estate's legal paperwork. The officer refuses. You ask again politely, then firmly. Finally, Inspector Welch arrives. His face is tired. Miss Marple. You again. Yes, me again. And I assume you'll now reopen the case. We already did. This doesn't add up. The coroner confirms Weatherby's been dead at least 9 months. That means someone else impersonated him when the will was read. You nod, and that someone needed him out of the way. Any guesses who? You hand him the photo, the torn diary, the map. She didn't want an estate. She wanted a stage. And now, the final act is here. That night, you don't sleep. You sit by the window, watching the wind disturb the hedgerows. Mildred is still out there. You're sure of it. She never left. Because her performance isn't over, and performers never leave until the applause. At dawn, you return to the house. Not alone. Inspector Welch walks beside you. He's not convinced, but he's listening now. You lead him to the flue opening near the old pantry. You pry it loose, reach in. Your hand touches cold metal. You draw it out. A recorder, dusty, dead, but inside a wax spool still intact. You bring it back to your cottage. Play it on your old gramophone. A voice crackles to life. Agnes, you're being childish. You've changed the will again. Why? For that girl? She's nothing. You know what I've done to make this work. You owe me. If you take this from me, I will bury you in it. Then silence. Then the unmistakable sound of an arrow slicing air. Then a soft gasp, and the recording ends. Inspector Welch sits still for a long time. That's enough for a warrant. A receptum? On. It's not just about warrants. You say. It's about who let her stay, who knew, and said nothing. We'll find them. You nod, but your gaze is already past the room, past the recorder, back to the garden, because you know something else. The garden was her stage. But the house was her trap, and someone's about to step right into it. Chapter 48, The Trap Inside the House. They try to set the trap by the book. Uniformed officers. A public notice in the paper. A legal summons to review the will. Inspector Welch posts guards. He stations a man at the garden, another near the servants' corridor. He believes Mildred will return when she smells panic. You know better. She'll come when she smells power. You sit alone in the drawing room, the very room where Agnes died. The wind taps at the windows like impatient fingers. The air smells faintly of roses. You've left the door half closed. You've asked for silence. And you've brought the final bait, Agnes's unsigned confession. It was found behind a loose drawer in the writing desk that morning. A letter, incomplete. If I die, it will not be by accident. There is someone who made me change the will again. Who said the truth would ruin the family. I was weak. I am sorry. If she comes back, if she tries to claim what I once promised her, tell them. And then it ends, just like that. No name, no finish. Only ink stopped mid-flow. But it's enough. Enough to force the hand of someone who's always wanted the final word. You don't hear her enter. You smell her first. Lavender. Thick. Bitter. Chemical. Then the voice. Always knew you were the one to be careful of. You don't turn. Hello, Mildred? She steps into view. Older, colder, not hidden anymore. Wearing gray, gloves, hat, like someone attending her own memorial. You found the letter, yes, and the recorder. Then I suppose we both know where this ends. You nod, but not toward her, toward the shadows where Welch and another constable are already moving in. But she doesn't flinch. She laughs. You think this is the end? This is the beginning. You think Agnes was good? She was a fraud. She stole from my mother. That house, that name, the money. My mother built this place brick by brick. Agnes signed her name over it and called it hers. She owed me this. So you killed her for what you believed was yours. Mildred steps forward. I didn't kill her out of greed. I killed her because she rewrote history, and history shouldn't be rewritten without blood. They take her in silence. No struggle. She smiles as the cuffs click. Tell them I came back because she called me. Tell them I only finished what was already dead. You don't respond? Not to her. Not yet. Later, Welch asks, do you believe her? About what? About Agnes. About the house. The theft. You sip your tea. I believe Mildred thought she was restoring something. And people who believe they're restoring justice are the most dangerous of all. Back home, you pin the unsigned confession above the corkboard, next to the photo of the three women. Then you write a final note. A legacy isn't what we leave behind. It's what people lie to protect. And under that, justice came late, but not too late. Chapter 49. The will wasn't the only thing forged. You receive a letter the next morning. No sender, typewritten, inside a single sentence. The records at Bexley-on-Fell were altered on 14th February. And beneath it, a photocopy of the visitor log. It shows one named G, Ransom. You know that name. You've seen it on Charles Weatherby's early correspondence. A legal clerk, a nobody. Except nobodies are the best people to make something disappear. You travel to Bexley-on-Fell, a small town with large secrets. You visit the Civil Archives office. The clerk is nervous. You ask for the original Greenshaw will entries. He hesitates, then disappears for too long. Returns empty-handed. They've been misplaced. Flood damage. Funny, you say. The paper says the last flood was 3 years ago. He doesn't reply, but his fingers twitch. You leave your card and a sentence if you find them. Bring them to me before someone else asks. That night, he appears at your door. Hat in hand, face pale. Miss Marple. I didn't know it was her. I was paid £100. To do what? To change the record. Remove any references to a second Greenshaw trust. Hide the fact that Charles Weatherby questioned the new will before Agnes's death. You lean forward. Why hide it? Because Weatherby found a discrepancy. He believed Agnes signed 2 conflicting wills within days, and that one was post-dated, and that would make the entire estate claimable only by the original heir, the trust Mildred's mother set up. But it was invalidated, quietly, without a challenge, because Weatherby vanished before he could file it. The man nods. I was told to make the record look like it never existed, then told to forget I'd done it. And now I'm remembering. You take the folder from him, stamped, watermarked, but real. Inside is the true will, and more damning, a copy of Weatherby's handwritten notes. Cum kisa. Will 3 suspicious. Signature matches, but ink age differs. Claimed witness was Louise O., unverified. You close the file. You'll go to the police. Will they believe me? They'll have to. And what about her? You look past him. To the night. On side splies. She's behind bars. But not alone. The next day, Inspector Welch meets you with weary eyes. Another one. Yes. You give him the files. He doesn't speak for several minutes. Then, this was bigger than inheritance. It was a cover-up. Weatherby was silenced before he could speak. Louise was used to legitimize a document. And Ransom erased the evidence. You nod. Everyone thought Mildred was the architect. But she was just the one holding the blueprints. And the real forger, dead, but not buried. His name is now on paper. Later, you walk the garden At Greenshaw's Folly. The roses are still growing, still unaware. You stop by the place where Weatherby was found. You place a single white lily and whisper. You tried to tell the truth. We heard you, even if it came too late. Then you turn and leave the garden for the last time. Chapter 50. A truth too heavy for the courtroom. You sit before the judge's desk, not in court, but in a quiet chamber behind it. Welch is beside you. So is the solicitor from Bexley. On the table, Weatherby's missing report, the original will, Mildred's recorded threat, the photograph with her real placement. But there's one thing you haven't shared. Agnes's final, sealed letter, found hidden behind the fireplace brick, addressed not to police, not to a lawyer, but to you. You open it slowly, familiar, looping hand, calm, deliberate, and underneath the sadness, a confession. I changed the will, not because I feared Mildred, but because I feared the truth of what she carried. Years ago, in my youth, my sister bore a child. Out of wedlock, my father paid to have the records buried. The child was raised in Ireland, never knowing her blood. Her name was Mildred, and I let her grow up thinking we were cousins. It was easier that way, cleaner, but she came back. And when she learned, she changed. She wanted what was never hers, but always should have been. And I couldn't stop her, because in her rage, I saw the child I abandoned. You finish reading. The room is silent. Oh. The judge clears his throat. Miss Marple, this document changes the tone, but not the legal nature of the crime. You nod. I understand. Will you submit it into evidence? You fold the paper again. Look at Welch, then back to the judge. No? He frowns. That's irregular. So is justice. You place the letter in your coat. Mildred will serve her sentence. The estate will be returned. The truth has already done enough damage. Welch says nothing. But you see it in his eyes. Relief, regret. Respect, maybe all three. Back in St. Mary Mead. The summer turns to gold. The newspaper headlines fade. The roses bloom again at Greenshaw's. Louise moves away. The estate is converted to a school for girls. You walk past it once a week, just to make sure the silence stays quiet. One morning, you find a note slipped under your door. No name, just 3 words. You chose wisely. You burn it without reading twice, because you didn't choose wisely. You chose mercifully. And sometimes, in a village like this, mercy is the only kind of justice left. You sit down by the fire, look up at your corkboard one last time. The photo remains, the map, the will, and under it all, a single handwritten line. Some ghosts aren't meant to be exorcised, only understood. Chapter 51. The Case of the Caretaker. The Case of the Caretaker was first published in Strand Magazine, January 1942, and then in the USA in Chicago, Sunday Tribune, 5 July 1942. Well, demanded Dr. Haydock of his patient, and how goes it today? Miss Marple smiled at him wanly from pillows. I suppose, really, that I'm better, she admitted. But I feel so terribly depressed. I can't help feeling how much better it would have been if I had died. After all, I'm an old woman. Nobody wants me or cares about me. Dr. Haydock interrupted with his usual brusqueness. Yes. Typical after reaction of this type of flu. What you need is something to take you out of yourself. A mental tonic. Miss Marple sighed and shook her head. And what's more, continued Dr. Haydock, I've brought my medicine with me." He tossed a long envelope onto the bed. "Just the thing for you. The kind of puzzle that is right up your street." A puzzle. Miss Marple looked interested. "Literary effort of mine," said the doctor, blushing a little. "Tried to make a regular story of it." He said, she said, the girl thought, etc. Facts of the story are true. "But why a puzzle?" asked Miss Marple. Dr. Haydock grinned. "Because the interpretation is up to you. I want to see if you're as clever as you always make out." With that Parthian shot, he departed. Miss Marple picked up the manuscript and began to read. "And where is the bride?" asked Miss Harmon genially. The village was all agog to see the rich and beautiful young wife that Harry Laxton had brought back from abroad. There was a general, indulgent feeling that Harry, wicked young scapegrace, had had all the luck. Everyone had always felt indulgent towards Harry. Even the owners of windows that had suffered from his indiscriminate use of a catapult had found their indignation dissipated by young Harry's abject expression of regret. And he had broken windows, robbed orchards, poached rabbits, and later had run into debt, got entangled with the local tobacconist's daughter, been disentangled and sent off to Africa, and the village, as represented by various aging spinsters, had murmured indulgently, "Ah, well, Wild Oats, he'll settle down." And now, sure enough, the prodigal had returned, not in affliction, but in triumph. Harry Laxton had made good, as the saying goes. He had pulled himself together, worked hard, and had finally met and successfully wooed a young Anglo-French girl who was the possessor of a considerable fortune. Harry might have lived in London, or purchased an estate in some fashionable hunting county, but he preferred to come back to the part of the world that was home to him, and there, in the most romantic way, he purchased the derelict estate in the dower house of which he had passed his childhood. Kingsdean House had been unoccupied for nearly 70 years. It had gradually fallen into decay and abandon. An elderly caretaker and his wife lived in the one habitable corner of it. It was a vast, unprepossessing, grandiose mansion. The gardens overgrown with rank vegetation, and the trees hemming it in like some gloomy enchanter's den. The dower house was a pleasant, unpretentious house, and had been let for a long term of years to Major Laxton, Harry's father, as a boy. Harry had roamed over the Kingsdean estate and knew every inch of the tangled woods, and the old house itself had always fascinated him. Major Laxton had died some years ago, so it might have been thought that Harry would have had no ties to bring him back. Nevertheless, it was to the home of his boyhood that Harry brought his bride. The ruined old Kingsdean house was pulled down. An army of builders and contractors swooped down upon the place, and in almost a miraculously short space of time, so marvelously does wealth tell, the new house rose white and gleaming among the trees. Next came a posse of gardeners, and after them a procession of furniture vans. The house was ready. Servants arrived. Lastly, a costly limousine deposited Harry and Mrs. Harry at the front door. The village rushed to call, and Mrs. Price, who owned the largest house, and who considered herself to lead society in the place, sent out cards of invitation for a party to meet the bride. It was a great event. Several ladies had new frocks for the occasion. Everyone was excited, curious, anxious to see this fabulous creature. They said it was all so like a fairy story. Miss Harmon, weather-beaten, hardy spinster, threw out her question as she squeezed her way through the crowded drawing-room door. Little Miss Brent, a thin, acidulated spinster, fluttered out information. "Oh, my dear, quite charming. Such pretty manners, and quite young. Really, you know, it makes one feel quite envious to see someone who has everything like that. Good looks, and money, and breeding, most distinguished. Nothing in the least common about her. And dear Harry so devoted." "Ah," said Miss Harmon, "it's early days yet." Miss Brent's thin coke nose quivered appreciatively. "Oh, my dear, do you really think—" "We all know what Harry is," said Miss Harmon. "We know what he was, but I expect now—" "Ah," said Miss Harmon, "men are always the same. Once a gay deceiver, always a gay deceiver. I know them. Dear, dear, poor young thing." Miss Brent looked much happier. "Yes, I expect she'll have trouble with him. Someone ought really to warn her. I wonder if she's heard anything of the old story." "It seems so very unfair," said Miss Brent, "that she should know nothing. So awkward. Especially with only the one chemist's shop in the village." For the erstwhile tobacconist's daughter was now married to Mr. Edge, the chemist. "It would be so much nicer," said Miss Brent, "if Mrs. Laxton were to deal with Boots and Much Benham." "I dare say," said Miss Harmon, "that Harry Laxton will suggest that himself." And again a significant look passed between them. "But I certainly think," said Miss Harmon, "that she ought to know." "Beasts!" said Clarice Vane indignantly to her uncle. "Dr. Haydock, absolute beasts some people are." He looked at her curiously. She was a tall, dark girl, handsome, warm-hearted, and impulsive. Her big brown eyes were alight now with indignation as she said, "All these cats, saying things, hinting things, about Harry Laxton. Yes, about his affair with the tobacconist's daughter. Oh, that." The doctor shrugged his shoulders. "A great many young men have affairs of that kind. Of course they do, and it's all over. So why harp on it and bring it up years after? It's like ghouls feasting on dead bodies." "I dare say, my dear, it does seem like that to you. But you see, they have very little to talk about down here. And so I'm afraid they do tend to dwell upon past scandals, but I'm curious to know why it upsets you so much." Clarice Vane bit her lip and flushed. She said, in a curiously muffled voice, They look so happy. The Laxtons, I mean, they're young and in love, and it's all so lovely for them. I hate to think of it being spoiled by whispers and hints and innuendos and general beastliness." "I see," Clarice went on. "He was talking to me just now. He's so happy and eager and excited and, yes, thrilled at having got his heart's desire and rebuilt Kingsdean. He's like a child about it all." And she, well, I don't suppose anything has ever gone wrong in her whole life. She's always had everything. You've seen her. What did you think of her?" The doctor did not answer at once. For other people, Louise Laxton might be an object of envy, a spoiled darling of fortune. To him, she had brought only the refrain of a popular song heard many years ago. Poor little rich girl, a small, delicate figure, with flaxen hair curled rather stiffly round her face, and big, wistful blue eyes. Louise was drooping a little. The long stream of congratulations had tired her. She was hoping it might soon be time to go. Perhaps even now. Harry might say so. She looked at him sideways, so tall and broad-shouldered, with his eager pleasure in this horrible, dull party. Poor little rich girl. Oof! It was a sigh of relief. Harry turned to look at his wife amusedly. They were driving away from the party. She said, "Darling, what a frightful party." Harry laughed. "Yes, pretty terrible. Never mind, my sweet, it had to be done. You know, all these old pussies knew me when I lived here as a boy. They'd have been terribly disappointed not to have got a look at you close up." Louise made a grimace. She said, "Shall we have to see a lot of them?" "What?" "Oh, no. They'll come and make ceremonious calls with card cases, and you'll return the calls, and then you needn't bother any more. You can have your own friends down or whatever you like," Louise said, after a minute or two. "Isn't there anyone amusing living down here?" "Oh, yes. There's the county. You know, though you may find them a bit dull, too. Mostly interested in bulbs and dogs and horses. You'll ride, of course. You'll enjoy that. There's a horse over at Eglinton I'd like you to see. A beautiful animal. Perfectly trained. No vice in him, but plenty of spirit." The car slowed down to take the turn into the gates of Kingsdean. Harry wrenched the wheel and swore as a grotesque figure sprang up in the middle of the road, and he only just managed to avoid it. It stood there, shaking a fist and shouting after them. Louise clutched his arm. "Who's that? That horrible old woman?" Harry's brow was black. "That's old Murgatroyd. She and her husband were caretakers in the old house. They were there for nearly 30 years. Why does she shake her fist at you?" Harry's face got red. Well, she resented the house being pulled down, and she got the sack. Of course. Her husband's been dead 2 years. They say she got a bit queer after he died." "Is she?" "She isn't. Starving." Louise's ideas were vague and somewhat melodramatic. Riches prevented you coming into contact with reality. Harry was outraged. "Good Lord. Louise, what an idea. I pensioned her off. Of course, and handsomely, too. Found her a new cottage and everything." Louise asked, bewildered, "Then why does she mind?" Harry was frowning, his brows drawn together. "Oh, how should I know, craziness? She loved the house, but it was a ruin, wasn't it?" "Of course it was. Crumbling to pieces. Roof leaking. More or less unsafe. All the same, I suppose it meant something to her. She'd been there a long time. Oh, I don't know. The old devil's cracked. I think," Louise said uneasily. I think she cursed us. Oh, Harry, I wish she hadn't." It seemed to Louise that her new home was tainted and poisoned by the malevolent figure of one crazy old woman. When she went out in the car, when she rode, when she walked out with the dogs, there was always the same figure waiting, crouched down on herself, a battered hat over wisps of iron-gray hair, and the slow muttering of imprecations. Louise came to believe that Harry was right. The old woman was mad. Nevertheless, that did not make things easier. Mrs. Murgatroyd never actually came to the house, nor did she use definite threats, nor offer violence. Her squatting figure remained always just outside the gates. To appeal to the police would have been useless, and in any case, Harry Laxton was averse to that course of action. It would, he said, arouse local sympathy for the old brute. He took the matter more easily than Louise did. "Don't worry about it, darling. She'll get tired of this silly cursing business. Probably she's only trying it on." She isn't, Harry. She hates us. I can feel it. She, she's ill-wishing us. She's not a witch, darling, although she may look like one. Don't be morbid about it all." Louise was silent. Now that the first excitement of settling in was over, she felt curiously lonely and at a loose end. She had been used to life in London and the Riviera. She had no knowledge of or taste for English country life. She was ignorant of gardening, except for the final act of doing the flowers. She did not really care for dogs. She was bored by such neighbors as she met. She enjoyed riding best, sometimes with Harry, sometimes when he was busy about the estate. By herself, she hacked through the woods and lanes, enjoying the easy paces of the beautiful horse that Harry had bought for her. Yet even Prince Hal, most sensitive of chestnut steeds, was wont to shy and snort as he carried his mistress past the huddled figure of a malevolent old woman. One day, Louise took her courage in both hands. She was out walking. She had passed Mrs. Murgatroyd, pretending not to notice her, but suddenly she swerved back and went right up to her. She said, a little breathlessly, "What is it? What's the matter? What do you want?" The old woman blinked at her. She had a cunning, dark gypsy face with wisps of iron-gray hair and bleared, suspicious eyes. Louise wondered if she drank. She spoke in a whining and yet threatening voice. "What do I want? You ask what? Indeed, that which has been took away from me. Who turned me out of Kingsdean House? I'd lived there, girl and woman, for near on 40 years. It was a black deed to turn me out, and it's black bad luck it'll bring to you and him." Louise said, "You've got a very nice cottage and—" She broke off. The old woman's arms flew up. She screamed, "What's the good of that to me? It's my own place I want, and my own fire as I sat beside all them years. And as for you and him, I'm telling you, there will be no happiness for you in your new fine house. It's the black sorrow will be upon you, sorrow and death and my curse. May your fair face rot." Louise turned away and broke into a little stumbling run. She thought, "I must get away from here. We must sell the house. We must go away." At the moment, such a solution seemed easy to her, but Harry's utter incomprehension took her back. He exclaimed, "Leave here. Sell the house because of a crazy old woman's threats. You must be mad." "No, I'm not. But she frightens me. I know something will happen," Harry Laxton said grimly. "Leave Mrs. Murgatroyd to me. I'll settle her." A friendship had sprung up between Clarice Vane and young Mrs. Laxton. The two girls were much of an age, though dissimilar both in character and in tastes. In Clarice's company, Louise found reassurance. Clarice was so self-reliant, so sure of herself. Louise mentioned the matter of Mrs. Murgatroyd and her threats, but Clarice seemed to regard the matter as more annoying than frightening. "It's so stupid, that sort of thing," she said, "and really very annoying for you. You know, Clarice, I feel quite frightened sometimes. My heart gives the most awful jumps." "Nonsense. You mustn't let a silly thing like that get you down. She'll soon tire of it." She was silent for a minute or two. Clarice said, "What's the matter?" Louise paused for a minute. Then her answer came with a rush. "I hate this place. I hate being here. The woods and this house and the awful silence at night and the queer noise owls make. Oh, and the people and everything. The people. What people? The people in the village. Those prying, gossiping old maids, Clarice said sharply. What have they been saying? I don't know. Nothing particular, but they've got nasty minds. When you've talked to them, you feel you wouldn't trust anybody. Not anybody at all, Clarice said harshly. Forget them. They've nothing to do but gossip. And most of the muck they talk, they just invent. Louise said, I wish we'd never come here. But Harry adores it so. Her voice softened. Clarice thought, how she adores him. She said abruptly, I must go now. I'll send you back in the car. Come again soon. Clarice nodded. Louise felt comforted by her new friend's visit. Harry was pleased to find her more cheerful, and from then on urged her to have Clarice often to the house. Then one day he said, Good news for you, darling. Oh, what? I've fixed the Murgatroyd. She's got a son in America. You know. Well, I've arranged for her to go out and join him. I'll pay her passage. Oh, Harry, how wonderful. I believe I might get to like Kingsdean after all. Get to like it. Why, it's the most wonderful place in the world. Louise gave a little shiver. She could not rid herself of her superstitious fear so easily. If the ladies of St. Mary Mead had hoped for the pleasure of imparting information about her husband's past to the bride, this pleasure was denied them by Harry Laxton's own prompt action. Miss Harmon and Clarice Vane were both in Mr. Edge's shop, the one buying mothballs and the other a packet of boracic, when Harry Laxton and his wife came in. After greeting the two ladies, Harry turned to the counter and was just demanding a toothbrush when he stopped in mid-speech and exclaimed heartily, Well, well, just see who's here, Bella. I do declare. Edge, who had hurried out from the back parlor to attend to the congestion of business, beamed back cheerfully at him, showing her big white teeth. She had been a dark, handsome girl, and was still a reasonably handsome woman, though she had put on weight, and the lines of her face had coarsened, but her large brown eyes were full of warmth as she answered, Bella, it is Mr. Harry, and pleased to see you after all these years. Harry turned to his wife. Bella's an old flame of mine, Louise, he said, head over heels in love with her. Wasn't I? Bella. That's what you say, said Mrs. Edge. Louise laughed. She said, My husband's very happy seeing all his old friends again. Ah, said Mrs. Edge, we haven't forgotten you. Mr. Harry, seems like a fairy tale to think of you married and building up a new house instead of that ruined old Kingsdean house. You look very well and blooming, said Harry. And Mrs. Edge laughed and said there was nothing wrong with her. And what about that toothbrush, Clarice, watching the baffled look on Miss Harmon's face, said to herself exultantly, Oh, well done. Harry, you've spiked their guns, Dr. Haydock said abruptly to his niece. What's all this nonsense about old Mrs. Murgatroyd hanging about Kingsdean and shaking her fist and cursing the new regime? It isn't nonsense. It's quite true. It's upset Louise a good deal. Tell her she needn't worry. When the Murgatroyds were caretakers, they never stopped grumbling about the place. They only stayed because Murgatroyd drank and couldn't get another job. I'll tell her, said Clarice doubtfully, but I don't think she'll believe you. The old woman fairly screams with rage. Always used to be fond of Harry as a boy. I can't understand it, Clarice said. Oh, well, they'll be rid of her soon. Harry's paying her passage to America. 3 years later. Louise was thrown from her horse and killed. 2 men in a baker's van were witnesses of the accident. They saw Louise ride out of the gates, saw the old woman spring up and stand in the road, waving her arms and shouting, saw the horse start, swerve, and then bolt madly down the road, flinging Louise Laxton over his head. One of them stood over the unconscious figure, not knowing what to do, while the other rushed to the house to get help. Harry Laxton came running out, his face ghastly. They took off a door of the van and carried her on it to the house. She died without regaining consciousness, and before the doctor arrived. End of Dr. Haydock's manuscript. When Dr. Haydock arrived the following day, he was pleased to note that there was a pink flush in Miss Marple's cheek, and decidedly more animation in her manner. "Well," he said, "what's the verdict?" "What's the problem, Dr. Haydock?" countered Miss Marple. "Oh, my dear lady, do I have to tell you that?" "I suppose," said Miss Marple, "that it's the curious conduct of the caretaker. Why did she behave in that very odd way? People do mind being turned out of their old homes, but it wasn't her home. In fact, she used to complain and grumble while she was there. Yes, it certainly looks very fishy. What became of her, by the way? Did a bunk to Liverpool. The accident scared her. Thought she'd wait there for her boat. All very convenient for somebody," said Miss Marple. "Yes, I think the problem of the caretaker's conduct can be solved easily enough. Bribery. Was it not? That's your solution. Well, if it wasn't natural for her to behave in that way, she must have been putting on an act, as people say, and that means that somebody paid her to do what she did. And you know who that somebody was." "Oh, I think so. Money again, I'm afraid. And I've always noticed that gentlemen always tend to admire the same type. Now I'm out of my depth. No, no. It all hangs together. Harry Laxton admired Bella Edge, a dark, vivacious type. Your niece Clarice was the same. But the poor little wife was quite a different type. Fair-haired and clinging, not his type at all. So he must have married her for her money, and murdered her for her money, too. You use the word murder. Well, he sounds the right type. Attractive to women, and quite unscrupulous. I suppose he wanted to keep his wife's money and marry your niece. He may have been seen talking to Mrs. Edge, but I don't fancy he was attached to her anymore, though I dare say he made the poor woman think he was, for ends of his own. He soon had her well under his thumb. I fancy. How exactly did he murder her? Do you think? Miss Marple stared ahead of her for some minutes with dreamy blue eyes. It was very well timed, with the baker's van as witness. They could see the old woman, and geese, of course. They'd put down the horse's fright to that. But I should imagine, myself, that an air gun, or perhaps a catapult, yes, just as the horse came through the gates, the horse bolted, of course, and Mrs. Laxton was thrown. She paused, frowning. The fall might have killed her, but he couldn't be sure of that, and he seems the sort of man who would lay his plans carefully and leave nothing to chance. After all, Mrs. Edge could get him something suitable without her husband knowing. Otherwise, why would Harry bother with her? Yes, I think he had some powerful drug handy. That could be administered before you arrived. After all, if a woman is thrown from her horse and has serious injuries and dies without recovering consciousness, Well, a doctor wouldn't normally be suspicious, would he? He'd put it down to shock or something. Dr. Haydock nodded. Why did you suspect? Asked Miss Marple. It wasn't any particular cleverness on my part, said Dr. Haydock. It was just the trite, well-known fact that a murderer is so pleased with his cleverness that he doesn't take proper precautions. I was just saying a few consolatory words to the bereaved husband, and feeling damn sorry for the fellow, too, when he flung himself down on the settee to do a bit of play acting and a hypodermic syringe fell out of his pocket. He snatched it up and looked so scared that I began to think, Harry Laxton didn't drug. He was in perfect health. What was he doing with a hypodermic syringe? I did the autopsy with a view to certain possibilities. I found strophanthin. The rest was easy. There was strophanthin in Laxton's possession, and Bella Edge, questioned by the police, broke down and admitted to having got it for him. And finally, old Mrs. Murgatroyd confessed that it was Harry Laxton who had put her up to the cursing stunt. And your niece got over it. Yes, she was attracted by the fellow, but it hadn't gone far. The doctor picked up his manuscript. Full marks to you, Miss Marple, and full marks to me for my prescription. You're looking almost yourself again. Chapter 52. The Case of the Perfect Maid. The Case of the Perfect Maid was first published as The Perfect Maid in Strand Magazine. April 1942, and then in the USA as The Maid Who Disappeared in the Chicago Sunday Tribune. 13 September 1942. Oh, if you please, madam, could I speak to you a moment? It might be thought that this request was in the nature of an absurdity, since Edna, Miss Marple's little maid, was actually speaking to her mistress at the moment, recognizing the idiom. However, Miss Marple said promptly, Certainly. Edna, come in and shut the door. What is it? Obediently shutting the door, Edna advanced into the room, pleated the corner of her apron between her fingers, and swallowed once or twice. Yes, Edna, said Miss Marple, encouragingly. Oh, please, ma'am. It's my cousin, Gladdy. Dear me, said Miss Marple, her mind leaping to the worst, and, alas, the most usual conclusion. Not in trouble. Edna hastened to reassure her. Oh, no, ma'am, nothing of that kind. Gladdy's not that kind of girl. It's just that she's upset. You see, she's lost her place. Dear me, I am sorry to hear that. She was at Old Hall, wasn't she? With the Mrs. Skinner? Yes, ma'am. That's right, ma'am. And Gladdy's very upset about it. Very upset indeed. Gladys has changed places rather often before. Though, hasn't she? Oh, yes, ma'am. She's always one for a change. Gladdy is. She never seems to get really settled, if you know what I mean. But she's always been the one to give the notice. You see. And this time, it's the other way round, asked Miss Marple dryly. Yes, ma'am. And it's upset Gladdy. Something awful. Miss Marple looked slightly surprised. Her recollection of Gladys, who had occasionally come to drink tea in the kitchen on her days out, was a stout, giggling girl of unshakably equable temperament. Edna went on. You see, ma'am, it's the way it happened. The way Miss Skinner looked to him. How? Inquired Miss Marple patiently. Did Miss Skinner look? This time, Edna got well away with her news bulletin. Oh, ma'am, it was ever such a shock to Gladdy. You see, one of Miss Emily's brooches was missing, and such a hue and cry for it as never was. And of course, nobody likes a thing like that to happen. It's upsetting, ma'am, if you know what I mean. And Gladys helped search everywhere. And there was Miss Lavinia saying she was going to the police about it. And then it turned up again, pushed right to the back of a drawer in the dressing table. And very thankful Gladys was. And the very next day, as ever, was a plate got broken. And Miss Lavinia, she bounced out right away and told Gladys to take a month's notice. And what Gladys feels is it couldn't have been the plate and that Miss Lavinia was just making an excuse of that, and that it must be because of the brooch, and they think as she took it and put it back when the police was mentioned. And Gladys wouldn't do such a thing. Not never she wouldn't. And what she feels is as it will get round and tell against her, and it's a very serious thing for a girl, as you know, ma'am. Miss Marple nodded. Though having no particular liking for the bouncing, self-opinionated Gladys, she was quite sure of the girl's intrinsic honesty and could well imagine that the affair must have upset her. Edna said wistfully, "I suppose, ma'am, there isn't anything you could do about it. Gladys in ever such a taking. Tell her not to be silly," said Miss Marple crisply. "If she didn't take the brooch, which I'm sure she didn't, then she has no cause to be upset." "It'll get about," said Edna dismally. Miss Marple said, "I am going up that way this afternoon. I'll have a word with the Mrs. Skinner." "Oh, thank you, madam," said Edna. Old Hall was a big Victorian house, surrounded by woods and parkland. Since it had been proved unlettable and unsaleable as it was, an enterprising speculator had divided it into 4 flats with a central hot water system, and the use of the grounds to be held in common by the tenants. The experiment had been satisfactory. A rich and eccentric old lady and her maid occupied one flat. The old lady had a passion for birds and entertained a feathered gathering to meals every day. A retired Indian judge and his wife rented a second. A very young couple, recently married, occupied the third, and the fourth had been taken only 2 months ago by 2 maiden ladies of the name of Skinner. The 4 sets of tenants were only on the most distant terms with each other, since none of them had anything in common. The landlord had been heard to say that this was an excellent thing. What he dreaded were friendships followed by estrangements and subsequent complaints to him. Miss Marple was acquainted with all the tenants, though she knew none of them well. The elder Miss Skinner, Miss Lavinia, was what might be termed the working member of the firm. Miss Emily, the younger, spent most of her time in bed, suffering from various complaints which, in the opinion of St. Mary Mead, were largely imaginary. Only Miss Lavinia believed devoutly in her sister's martyrdom and patience under affliction, and willingly ran errands and trotted up and down to the village for things that my sister had suddenly fancied. It was the view of St. Mary Mead that if Miss Emily suffered half as much as she said she did, she would have sent for Dr. Haydock long ago. But Miss Emily, when this was hinted to her, shut her eyes in a superior way and murmured that her case was not a simple one. The best specialists in London had been baffled by it, and that a wonderful new man had put her on a most revolutionary course of treatment, and that she really hoped her health would improve under it. No humdrum GP could possibly understand her case. "And it's my opinion," said the outspoken Miss Hartnell, "that she's very wise not to send for him." Dear Dr. Haydock, in that breezy manner of his, would tell her that there was nothing the matter with her, and to get up and not make a fuss. Do her a lot of good. Failing such arbitrary treatment, however, Miss Emily continued to lie on sofas, to surround herself with strange little pill boxes, and to reject nearly everything that had been cooked for her and ask for something else. Usually, something difficult and inconvenient to get. The door was opened to Miss Marple by Gladdy, looking more depressed than Miss Marple had ever thought possible. In the sitting room, a quarter of the late drawing room, which had been partitioned into a dining room, drawing room, bathroom, and housemaid's cupboard, Miss Lavinia rose to greet Miss Marple. Lavinia Skinner was a tall, gaunt, bony female of 50. She had a gruff voice and an abrupt manner. "Nice to see you," she said. "Emily's lying down, feeling low today. Poor dear. Hope she'll see you. It would cheer her up. But there are times when she doesn't feel up to seeing anybody. Poor dear. She's wonderfully patient." Miss Marple responded politely. Servants were the main topic of conversation in St. Mary Mead, so it was not difficult to lead the conversation in that direction. Miss Marple said she had heard that that nice girl, Gladys Holmes, was leaving. Miss Lavinia nodded. Wednesday week. Broke things. You know, can't have that. Miss Marple sighed and said we all had to put up with things nowadays. It was so difficult to get girls to come to the country. Did Miss Skinner really think it was wise to part with Gladys? No, it's difficult to get servants, admitted Miss Lavinia. The Devereaux haven't got anybody, but then, I don't wonder, always quarreling, jazz on all night, meals any time. That girl knows nothing of housekeeping. I pity her husband. Then the Larkins have just lost their maid. Of course. What with the judge's Indian temper and his wanting chota huzry, as he calls it. At 6 in the morning, and Mrs. Larkin always fussing. I don't wonder at that either. Mrs. Carmichael's Janet is a fixture, of course, though in my opinion she's the most disagreeable woman, and absolutely bullies the old lady. Then don't you think you might reconsider your decision about Gladys? She really is a nice girl. I know all her family, very honest and superior. Miss Lavinia shook her head. I've got my reasons, she said importantly. Miss Marple murmured, You missed a brooch. I understand. Now, who has been talking? I suppose the girl has. Quite frankly, I'm almost certain she took it, and then got frightened and put it back, but, of course, one can't say anything unless one is sure. She changed the subject. Do come and see Emily. Miss Marple, I'm sure it would do her good. Miss Marple followed meekly to where Miss Lavinia knocked on a door, was bidden enter, and ushered her guest into the best room in the flat, most of the light of which was excluded by half-drawn blinds. Miss Emily was lying in bed, apparently enjoying the half-gloom and her own indefinite sufferings. The dim light showed her to be a thin, indecisive-looking creature, with a good deal of grayish-yellow hair untidily wound around her head and erupting into curls. The whole thing looking like a bird's nest of which no self-respecting bird could be proud. There was a smell in the room of eau de cologne, stale biscuits, and camphor. With half-closed eyes and a thin, weak voice, Emily Skinner explained that this was one of her bad days. The worst of ill health is, said Miss Emily, in a melancholy tone, that one knows what a burden one is to everyone around one. Lavinia is very good to me, Lavy dear. I do so hate giving trouble, but if my hot water bottle could only be filled in the way I like it, too full, it weighs on me so. on the other hand, if it is not sufficiently filled, it gets cold immediately. I'm sorry, dear. Give it to me. I will empty a little out. Perhaps, if you're doing that, it might be refilled. There are no rusks in the house. I suppose. No. No. It doesn't matter. I can do without. Some weak tea and a slice of lemon. No lemons, no. Really? I couldn't drink tea without lemon. I think the milk was slightly turned this morning. It has put me against milk in my tea. It doesn't matter. I can do without my tea. Only I do feel so weak. Oysters, they say, are nourishing. I wonder if I could fancy a few. No. Too much bother to get hold of them so late in the day. I can fast until tomorrow. Lavinia left the room murmuring something incoherent about bicycling down to the village. Miss Emily smiled feebly at her guest and remarked that she did hate giving anyone any trouble. Miss Marple told Edna that evening that she was afraid her embassy had met with no success. She was rather troubled to find that rumors as to Gladys's dishonesty were already going around the village. In the post office, Miss Weatherby tackled her. My dear Jane, they gave her a written reference saying she was willing and sober and respectable, but saying nothing about honesty. That seems to me most significant. I hear there was some trouble about a brooch. I think there must be something in it, because one doesn't let a servant go nowadays unless it's something rather grave. They'll find it most difficult to get anyone else. Girls simply will not go to Old Hall. They're nervous coming home on their days out. You'll see. The Skinners won't find anyone else. And then, perhaps, that dreadful hypochondriac sister will have to get up and do something. Great was the chagrin of the village when it was made known that the Mrs. Skinner had engaged, from an agency, a new maid who, by all accounts, was a perfect paragon. A 3 years' reference recommending her most warmly. She prefers the country, and actually asks less wages than Gladys. I really feel we have been most fortunate. Well, really, said Miss Marple, to whom these details were imparted by Miss Lavinia in the fishmonger's shop. It does seem too good to be true. It then became the opinion of St. Mary Mead that the paragon would cry off at the last minute and fail to arrive. None of these prognostications came true, however, and the village was able to observe the domestic treasure, by name, Mary Higgins, driving through the village in Reed's taxi to Old Hall. It had to be admitted that her appearance was good, a most respectable-looking woman, very neatly dressed. When Miss Marple next visited Old Hall, on the occasion of recruiting stall-holders for the vicarage fete, Mary Higgins opened the door. She was certainly a most superior-looking maid, at a guess 40 years of age, with neat black hair, rosy cheeks, a plump figure discreetly arrayed in black, with a white apron and cap. Quite the good, old-fashioned type of servant, as Miss Marple explained afterwards, and with the proper, inaudible, respectful voice. So different from the loud but adenoidal accents of Gladys. Miss Lavinia was looking far less harassed than usual, and, although she regretted that she could not take a stall owing to her preoccupation with her sister, she nevertheless tendered a handsome monetary contribution and promised to produce a consignment of pen wipers and babies' socks. Miss Marple commented on her air of well-being. I really feel I owe a great deal to Mary. I am so thankful I had the resolution to get rid of that other girl. Mary is really invaluable, cooks nicely, and waits beautifully, and keeps our little flat scrupulously clean. Mattresses turned over every day. And she is really wonderful with Emily. Miss Marple hastily inquired after Emily. Oh, poor dear. She has been very much under the weather lately. She can't help it, of course, but it really makes things a little difficult sometimes, wanting certain things cooked. And then, when they come, saying she can't eat now, and then wanting them again half an hour later, and everything's spoiled and having to be done again, it makes, of course, a lot of work. But fortunately, Mary does not seem to mind at all. She's used to waiting on invalids, she says, and understands them. It is such a comfort. Dear me, said Miss Marple. You are fortunate. Yes, indeed. I really feel Mary has been sent to us as an answer to prayer. She sounds to me, said Miss Marple, almost too good to be true. I should, well, I should be a little careful if I were you. Lavinia Skinner failed to perceive the point of this remark. She said, Oh, I assure you I do all I can to make her comfortable. I don't know what I should do if she left. I don't expect she'll leave until she's ready to leave, said Miss Marple, and stared very hard at her hostess. Miss Lavinia said, If one has no domestic worries, it takes such a load off one's mind, doesn't it? How is your little Edna shaping? She's doing quite nicely. Not much head, of course. Not like your Mary. Still, I do know all about Edna, because she's a village girl. As she went out into the hall, she heard the invalid's voice, fretfully raised. This compress has been allowed to get quite dry. Dr. Allerton particularly said moisture continually renewed. There, leave it. I want a cup of tea and a boiled egg. Boiled only 3 minutes and a half, remember. And send Miss Lavinia to me. The efficient Mary emerged from the bedroom and, saying to Lavinia, Miss Emily is asking for you, madam, proceeded to open the door for Miss Marple, helping her into her coat and handing her her umbrella in the most irreproachable fashion. Miss Marple took the umbrella, dropped it, tried to pick it up, and dropped her bag, which flew open. Mary politely retrieved various odds and ends, a handkerchief, an engagement book, an old-fashioned leather purse, 2 shillings, 3 pennies, and a striped piece of peppermint rock. Miss Marple received the last with some signs of confusion. Oh, dear, that must have been Mrs. Clement's little boy. He was sucking it, I remember, and he took my bag to play with. He must have put it inside. It's terribly sticky, isn't it? Shall I take it, madam? Oh, would you? Thank you so much. Mary stooped to retrieve the last item, a small mirror. Upon recovering which, Miss Marple exclaimed fervently, How lucky, now, that isn't broken. She thereupon departed, Mary standing politely by the door, holding a piece of striped rock with a completely expressionless face. For 10 days longer, St. Mary Mead had to endure hearing of the excellencies of Miss Lavinia's and Miss Emily's treasure. On the 11th day, the village awoke to its big thrill. Mary, the paragon, was missing. Her bed had not been slept in, and the front door was found ajar. She had slipped out quietly during the night, and not Mary alone was missing. 2 brooches and 5 rings of Miss Lavinia's, 3 rings, a pendant, a bracelet, and 4 brooches of Miss Emily's were missing. Also, It was the beginning of a chapter of catastrophe. Young Mrs. Devereux had lost her diamonds, which she kept in an unlocked drawer, and also some valuable furs given to her as a wedding present. The judge and his wife also had had jewelry taken and a certain amount of money. Mrs. Carmichael was the greatest sufferer. Not only had she some very valuable jewels, but she also kept in the flat a large sum of money which had gone. It had been Janet's evening out, and her mistress was in the habit of walking round the gardens at dusk, calling to the birds and scattering crumbs. It seemed clear that Mary, the perfect maid, had had keys to fit all the flats. There was, it must be confessed, a certain amount of ill-natured pleasure in St. Mary Mead. Miss Lavinia had boasted so much of her marvelous Mary. And all the time, my dear, just a common thief. Interesting revelations followed. Not only had Mary disappeared into the blue, but the agency who had provided her and vouched for her credentials was alarmed to find that the Mary Higgins who had applied to them and whose references they had taken up had, to all intents and purposes, never existed. It was the name of a bona fide servant who had lived with the bona fide sister of a dean. But the real Mary Higgins was existing peacefully in a place in Cornwall. Damn clever, the whole thing. Inspector Slack was forced to admit, and, if you ask me, that woman works with a gang. There was a case of much the same kind in Northumberland a year ago. Stuff was never traced, and they never caught her. However, we'll do better than that in Much Benham. Inspector Slack was always a confident man. Nevertheless, weeks passed, and Mary Higgins remained triumphantly at large. In vain Inspector Slack redoubled that energy that so belied his name. Miss Lavinia remained tearful. Miss Emily was so upset, and felt so alarmed by her condition that she actually sent for Dr. Haydock. The whole of the village was terribly anxious to know what he thought of Miss Emily's claims to ill health, but naturally could not ask him. Satisfactory data came to hand on the subject. However, through Mr. Meek, the chemist's assistant, who was walking out with Clara, Mrs. Price Ridley's maid. It was then known that Dr. Haydock had prescribed a mixture of asafoetida and valerian, which, according to Mr. Meek, was the stock remedy for malingerers in the army. Soon afterwards, it was learned that Miss Emily, not relishing the medical attention she had had, was declaring that in the state of her health she felt it her duty to be near the specialist in London who understood her case. It was, she said, only fair to Lavinia. The flat was put up for subletting. It was a few days after that Miss Marple, rather pink and flustered, called at the police station in Much Benham and asked for Inspector Slack. Inspector Slack did not like Miss Marple, but he was aware that the chief constable, Colonel Melchett, did not share that opinion. Rather grudgingly, therefore, he received her. "Good afternoon, Miss Marple. What can I do for you?" "Oh, dear," said Miss Marple. "I'm afraid you're in a hurry." "Lots of work on," said Inspector Slack, "but I can spare a few moments." "Oh, dear," said Miss Marple. "I hope I shall be able to put what I say properly. So difficult, you know, to explain oneself. Don't you think? No. Perhaps you don't. But you see, not having been educated in the modern style, just a governess, you know, who taught one the dates of the kings of England and general knowledge, Dr. Brewer, 3 kinds of diseases of wheat, blight, mildew. Now what was the third? Was it smut? Do you want to talk about smut? Asked Inspector Slack, and then blushed. Oh, no, no. Miss Marple hastily disclaimed any wish to talk about smut. Just an illustration, you know, and how needles are made, and all that. Discursive, you know, but not teaching one to keep to the point, which is what I want to do. It's about Miss Skinner's maid, Gladys, you know, Mary Higgins, said Inspector Slack. Oh, yes? The second maid. But it's Gladys Holmes, I mean. Rather an impertinent girl, and far too pleased with herself, but really strictly honest. And it's so important that that should be recognized. No charge against her, so far as I know, said the inspector. No, I know there isn't a charge, but that makes it worse. Because, you see, people go on thinking things. Oh, dear, I knew I should explain things badly. What I really mean is that the important thing is to find Mary Higgins. Certainly, said Inspector Slack. Have you any ideas on the subject? Well, as a matter of fact, I have, said Miss Marple. May I ask you a question? Are fingerprints of no use to you? Ah, said Inspector Slack. That's where she was a bit too artful for us. Did most of her work in rubber gloves or housemaid's gloves, it seems. And she'd been careful. Wiped off everything in her bedroom and on the sink. Couldn't find a single fingerprint in the place. If you did have fingerprints, would it help? It might, Madam, they may be known at the yard. This isn't her first job. I'd say. Miss Marple nodded brightly. She opened her bag and extracted a small cardboard box. Inside it, wedged in cotton wool, was a small mirror. From my handbag, said Miss Marple. The maid's prints are on it. I think they should be satisfactory. She touched an extremely sticky substance a moment previously. Inspector Slack stared. Did you get her fingerprints on purpose? Of course. You suspected her then? Well, you know, it did strike me that she was a little too good to be true. I practically told Miss Lavinia so. But she simply wouldn't take the hint. I'm afraid, you know, Inspector, that I don't believe in paragons. Most of us have our faults, and domestic service shows them up very quickly. Well, said Inspector Slack, recovering his balance. I'm obliged to you. I'm sure. We'll send these up to the yard and see what they have to say. He stopped. Miss Marple had put her head a little on one side and was regarding him with a good deal of meaning. You wouldn't consider, I suppose, Inspector, looking a little nearer home. What do you mean, Miss Marple? It's very difficult to explain, but when you come across a peculiar thing, you notice it, although often peculiar things may be the merest trifles. I've felt that all along. You know, I mean about Gladys and the brooch. She's an honest girl. She didn't take that brooch. Then why did Miss Skinner think she did? Miss Skinner's not a fool. Far from it. Why was she so anxious to let a girl go who was a good servant when servants are hard to get? It was peculiar, you know, so I wondered a good deal. And I noticed another peculiar thing. Miss Emily's a hypochondriac. But she's the first hypochondriac who hasn't sent for some doctor or other at once. Hypochondriacs love doctors. Miss Emily didn't. What are you suggesting? Miss Marple? Well, I'm suggesting, you know, that Miss Lavinia and Miss Emily are peculiar people. Miss Emily spends nearly all her time in a dark room. And if that hair of hers isn't a wig, I'll eat my own back switch. And what I say is this. It's perfectly possible for a thin, pale, gray-haired, whining woman to be the same as a black-haired, rosy-cheeked, plump woman. And nobody that I can find ever saw Miss Emily and Mary Higgins at one and the same time. Plenty of time to get impressions of all the keys. Plenty of time to find out all about the other tenants. And then get rid of the local girl. Miss Emily takes a brisk walk across country one night and arrives at the station as Mary Higgins next day. And then, at the right moment, Mary Higgins disappears, and off goes the hue and cry after her. I'll tell you where you'll find her, Inspector. On Miss Emily Skinner's sofa. Get her fingerprints if you don't believe me. But you'll find I'm right. A couple of clever thieves. That's what the Skinners are, and no doubt in league with a clever post and rails or fence or whatever you call it. But they won't get away with it this time. I'm not going to have one of our village girls' character for honesty taken away like that. Gladys Holmes is as honest as the day, and everybody's going to know it. Good afternoon. Miss Marple had stalked out before Inspector Slack had recovered. Whew, he muttered. I wonder if she's right. He soon found out that Miss Marple was right again. Colonel Melchett congratulated Slack on his efficiency, and Miss Marple had Gladys come to tea with Edna and spoke to her seriously on settling down in a good situation when she got one. Chapter 53. Sanctuary. Sanctuary was first published in the USA as Murder at the Vicarage in This Week, 12 and 19, September 1954, and then in Woman's Journal, October 1954. The vicar's wife came round the corner of the vicarage with her arms full of chrysanthemums. A good deal of rich garden soil was attached to her strong brogue shoes, and a few fragments of earth were adhering to her nose. But of that fact she was perfectly unconscious. She had a slight struggle in opening the vicarage gate, which hung, rustily, half off its hinges. A puff of wind caught at her battered felt hat, causing it to sit even more rakishly than it had done before. Bother, said Bunch, christened by her optimistic parents Diana. Mrs. Harmon had become Bunch at an early age for somewhat obvious reasons, and the name had stuck to her ever since. Clutching the chrysanthemums, she made her way through the gate to the churchyard, and so to the church door. The November air was mild and damp. Clouds scudded across the sky with patches of blue here and there. Inside, the church was dark and cold. It was unheated except at service times. Brrr, said Bunch expressively. I'd better get on with this quickly. I don't want to die of cold. With the quickness born of practice, she collected the necessary paraphernalia: vases, water, flower holders. I wish we had lilies, thought Bunch to herself. I get so tired of these scraggy chrysanthemums. Her nimble fingers arranged the blooms in their holders. There was nothing particularly original or artistic about the decorations. For Bunch Harmon herself was neither original nor artistic, but it was a homely and pleasant arrangement. Carrying the vases carefully, Bunch stepped up the aisle and made her way towards the altar. As she did so, the sun came out. It shone through the east window of somewhat crude colored glass, mostly blue and red, the gift of a wealthy Victorian churchgoer. The effect was almost startling in its sudden opulence. Like jewels, thought Bunch. Suddenly, she stopped, staring ahead of her. On the chancel steps was a huddled dark form, putting down the flowers carefully. Bunch went up to it and bent over it. It was a man lying there, huddled over on himself. Bunch knelt down by him, and slowly, carefully, she turned him over. Her fingers went to his pulse. a pulse so feeble and fluttering that it told its own story, as did the almost greenish pallor of his face. There was no doubt, Bunch thought, that the man was dying. He was a man of about 45, dressed in a dark, shabby suit. She laid down the limp hand she had picked up and looked at his other hand. This seemed clenched like a fist on his breast. Looking more closely, she saw that the fingers were closed over what seemed to be a large wad or handkerchief, which he was holding tightly to his chest. All round the clenched hand there were splashes of a dry brown fluid which, Bunch guessed, was dry blood. Bunch sat back on her heels, frowning. Up till now the man's eyes had been closed, but at this point they suddenly opened and fixed themselves on Bunch's face. They were neither dazed nor wandering. They seemed fully alive and intelligent. His lips moved, and Bunch bent forward to catch the words, or rather the word. It was only one word that he said: sanctuary. There was, she thought, just a very faint smile as he breathed out this word. There was no mistaking it, for after a moment he said it again. Sanctuary. Then, with a faint, long drawn-out sigh, his eyes closed again. Once more Bunch's fingers went to his pulse. It was still there, but fainter now and more intermittent. She got up with decision. "Don't move," she said, "or try to move. I'm going for help." The man's eyes opened again, but he seemed now to be fixing his attention on the colored light that came through the east window. He murmured something that Bunch could not quite catch. She thought, startled, that it might have been her husband's name. "Julian," she said. "Did you come here to find Julian?" But there was no answer. The man lay with eyes closed, his breathing coming in slow, shallow fashion. Bunch turned and left the church rapidly. She glanced at her watch and nodded with some satisfaction. Dr. Griffiths would still be in his surgery. It was only a couple of minutes' walk from the church. She went into my inns without waiting to knock or ring. Passing through the waiting room and into the doctor's surgery. "You must come at once," said Bunch. "There's a man dying in the church." Some minutes later, Dr. Griffiths rose from his knees after a brief examination. "Can we move him from here into the vicarage? I can attend to him better there. Not that it's any use." "Of course," said Bunch. "I'll go along and get things ready. I'll get Harper and Jones. Shall I? To help you carry him?" "Thanks. I can telephone from the vicarage for an ambulance, but I'm afraid by the time it comes—" He left the remark unfinished. Bunch said, "Internal bleeding." Dr. Griffiths nodded. He said, "How on earth did he come here? I think he must have been here all night," said Bunch. "Considering, Harper unlocks the church in the morning as he goes to work, but he doesn't usually come in." It was about 5 minutes later when Dr. Griffiths put down the telephone receiver and came back into the morning room, where the injured man was lying on quickly arranged blankets on the sofa. Bunch was moving a basin of water and clearing up after the doctor's examination. "Well, that's that," said Griffiths. "I've sent for an ambulance, and I've notified the police." He stood, frowning, looking down on the patient who lay with closed eyes. His left hand was plucking in a nervous, spasmodic way at his side. "He was shot," said Griffiths. "Shot at fairly close quarters. He rolled his handkerchief up into a ball and plugged the wound with it so as to stop the bleeding." "Could he have gone far after that happened?" Bunch asked. "Oh, yes. It's quite possible a mortally wounded man has been known to pick himself up and walk along a street as though nothing had happened, and then suddenly collapse 5 or 10 minutes later. So he needn't have been shot in the church. Oh no, he may have been shot some distance away. Of course, he may have shot himself and then dropped the revolver and staggered blindly towards the church. I don't quite know why he made for the church and not for the vicarage. Oh, I know that, said Bunch. He said it's sanctuary. The doctor stared at her. Sanctuary. Here's Julian, said Bunch, turning her head as she heard her husband's steps in the hall. Julian, come here. Okay. The Reverend Julian Harmon entered the room. His vague, scholarly manner always made him appear much older than he really was. Dear me, said Julian Harmon, staring in a mild, puzzled manner at the surgical appliances and the prone figure on the sofa. Bunch explained with her usual economy of words. He was in the church, dying. He'd been shot. Do you know him? Julian, I thought he said your name. The vicar came up to the sofa and looked down at the dying man. Poor fellow, he said, and shook his head. No, I don't know him. I'm almost sure I've never seen him before. At that moment, the dying man's eyes opened once more. They went from the doctor to Julian Harmon, and from him to his wife. The eyes stayed there, staring into Bunch's face. Griffith stepped forward. If you could tell us, he said urgently. But with eyes fixed on Bunch, the man said in a weak voice, Please, please. And then, with a slight tremor, he died. Sergeant Hayes licked his pencil and turned the page of his notebook. So, that's all you can tell me. Mrs. Harmon. That's all, said Bunch. These are the things out of his coat pockets. On a table at Sergeant Hayes's elbow was a wallet, a rather battered old watch with the initials W.S. and the return half of a ticket to London. Nothing more. You found out who he is? Asked Bunch. A Mr. and Mrs. Eccles phoned up the station. He's her brother. It seems? Name of Sanborn. Been in a low state of health and nerves for some time. He's been getting worse lately. The day before yesterday, he walked out and didn't come back. He took a revolver with him. And he came out here and shot himself with it, said Bunch. Why? Well, you see, he'd been depressed. Bunch interrupted him. I don't mean that. I mean, why here? Since Sergeant Hayes obviously did not know the answer to that one. He replied in an oblique fashion. Come out here. He did. On the 5:10 bus. Yes, said Bunch again. But why? I don't know. Mrs. Harmon, said Sergeant Hayes. There's no accounting? If the balance of the mind is disturbed, Bunch finished for him. They may do it anywhere, but it still seems to me unnecessary to take a bus out to a small country place like this. He didn't know anyone here, did he? Not so far as can be ascertained, said Sergeant Hayes. He coughed in an apologetic manner and said, as he rose to his feet, It may be as Mr. and Mrs. Eccles will come out and see you, ma'am, if you don't mind. That is, of course I don't mind, said Bunch. It's very natural. I only wish I had something to tell them. I'll be getting along, said Sergeant Hayes. I'm only so thankful, said Bunch, going with him to the front door. that it wasn't murder. A car had driven up at the vicarage gate. Sergeant Hayes, glancing at it, remarked, "Looks as though that's Mr. and Mrs. Eccles come here now. Ma'am, to talk with you." Bunch braced herself to endure what she felt might be rather a difficult ordeal. However, she thought, I can always call Julian to help me. A clergyman's a great help when people are bereaved. Exactly what she had expected Mr. and Mrs. Eccles to be like. Bunch could not have said, but she was conscious, as she greeted them, of a feeling of surprise. Mr. Eccles was a stout, florid man whose natural manner would have been cheerful and facetious. Mrs. Eccles had a vaguely flashy look about her. She had a small, mean, pursed-up mouth. Her voice was thin and reedy. It's been a terrible shock, Mrs. Harmon, as you can imagine, she said. Oh, I know, said Bunch. It must have been. Do sit down. Can I offer you? Well, perhaps it's a little early for tea. Mr. Eccles waved a pudgy hand. No, nothing for us, he said. It's very kind of you, I'm sure. Just wanted to, well, what poor William said and all that. You know, he's been abroad a long time, said Mrs. Eccles, and I think he must have had some very nasty experiences. Very quiet and depressed he's been, ever since he came home. Said the world wasn't fit to live in, and there was nothing to look forward to. Poor Bill. He was always moody. Bunch stared at them both for a moment or two, without speaking. Pinched my husband's revolver. He did, went on Mrs. Eccles, without our knowing. Then it seems he come here by bus. I suppose that was nice feeling on his part. He wouldn't have liked to do it in our house. Poor fellow, said Mr. Eccles with a sigh. It doesn't do to judge. There was another short pause, and Mr. Eccles said, Did he leave a message? Any last words? Nothing like that. His bright, rather pig-like eyes watched Bunch closely. Mrs. Eccles, too, leaned forward as though anxious for the reply. No, said Bunch quietly. He came into the church when he was dying. For sanctuary, Mrs. Eccles said in a puzzled voice. Sanctuary. I don't think I quite... Mr. Eccles interrupted. Holy place, my dear, he said impatiently. That's what the vicar's wife means. It's a sin. Suicide. You know, I expect he wanted to make amends. He tried to say something just before he died, said Bunch. He began, please, but that's as far as he got. Mrs. Eccles put her handkerchief to her eyes and sniffed. Oh, dear, she said. It's terribly upsetting, isn't it? There, Pam, said her husband. Don't take on. These things can't be helped. Poor Willie. Still, he's at peace now. Well, thank you very much. Mrs. Harmon, I hope we haven't interrupted you. A vicar's wife is a busy lady. We know that. They shook hands with her. Then Eccles turned back suddenly to say, Oh, yes. There's just one other thing. I think you've got his coat here, haven't you? His coat? Bunch frowned. Mrs. Eccles said, We'd like all his things. You know, sentimental like. He had a watch and a wallet and a railway ticket in the pockets, said Bunch. I gave them to Sergeant Hayes. That's all right, then, said Mr. Eccles. He'll hand them over to us, I expect. His private papers would be in the wallet. There was a pound note in the wallet, said Bunch. Nothing else? No letters. Nothing like that. Bunch shook her head. Well, thank you again, Mrs. Harmon. The coat he was wearing. Perhaps the sergeant's got that too. Has he? Bunch frowned in an effort of remembrance. No, she said. I don't think. Let me see. The doctor and I took his coat off to examine his wound. She looked round the room vaguely. I must have taken it upstairs with the towels and basin. I wonder now, Mrs. Harmon, if you don't mind, we'd like his coat. You know, the last thing he wore. Well, the wife feels rather sentimental about it. Of course, said Bunch. Would you like me to have it cleaned first? I'm afraid it's rather, well, stained. Oh, no, no, no. That doesn't matter. Bunch frowned. Now I wonder where. Excuse me a moment. She went upstairs, and it was some few minutes before she returned. I'm so sorry, she said breathlessly. My daily woman must have put it aside with other clothes that were going to the cleaners. It's taken me quite a long time to find it. Here it is. I'll do it up for you in brown paper. Disclaiming their protests, she did so. Then once more effusively bidding her farewell, the Ecclesies departed. Bunch went slowly back across the hall and entered the study. The Reverend Julian Harmon looked up and his brow cleared. He was composing a sermon and was fearing that he'd been led astray by the interest of the political relations between Judea and Persia in the reign of Cyrus. Yes, dear, he said hopefully. Julian, said Bunch, what's sanctuary exactly? Julian Harmon gratefully put aside his sermon paper. Well, he said, sanctuary in Roman and Greek temples applied to the cella, in which stood the statue of a god. The Latin word for alter ara also means protection. He continued learnedly in 399 HD. The right of sanctuary in Christian churches was finally and definitely recognized. The earliest mention of the right of sanctuary in England is in the Code of Laws issued by Ethelbert in A.D. 600, Sci. He continued for some time with his exposition, but was, as often, disconcerted by his wife's reception of his erudite pronouncement. Darling, she said, you are sweet. Bending over, she kissed him on the tip of his nose. Julian felt rather like a dog who has been congratulated on performing a clever trick. The Ecclesies have been here, said Bunch. The vicar frowned. The Ecclesies I don't seem to remember. You don't know them. They're the sister and her husband of the man in the church. My dear, you ought to have called me. There wasn't any need, said Bunch. They were not in need of consolation. I wonder now. She frowned. If I put a casserole in the oven tomorrow, can you manage? Julian, I think I shall go up to London for the sales. The sales. Her husband looked at her blankly. Do you mean a yacht or a boat or something? Bunch laughed. No, darling. There's a special white sale at Burroughs and Portman's. You know, sheets, tablecloths and towels and glass cloths. I don't know what we do with our glass cloths, the way they wear through. Besides, she added thoughtfully, I think I ought to go and see Aunt Jane. That sweet old lady, Miss Jane Marple, was enjoying the delights of the metropolis for a fortnight, comfortably installed in her nephew's studio flat. So kind of dear Raymond, she murmured. He and Joan have gone to America for a fortnight, and they insisted I should come up here and enjoy myself. And now, dear Bunch, do tell me what it is that's worrying you. Bunch was Miss Marple's favorite godchild, and the old lady looked at her with great affection as Bunch, thrusting her best felt hat farther on the back of her head, started her story. Bunch's recital was concise and clear. Miss Marple nodded her head as Bunch finished. "I see," she said. "Yes, I see. That's why I felt I had to see you," said Bunch. "You see? Not being clever. But you are clever, my dear." "No, I'm not. Not clever like Julian. Julian, of course, has a very solid intellect," said Miss Marple. "That's it," said Bunch. "Julian's got the intellect. But on the other hand, I've got the sense. You have a lot of common sense, Bunch. And you're very intelligent. You see, I don't really know what I ought to do. I can't ask Julian because, well, I mean, Julian's so full of rectitude." This statement appeared to be perfectly understood by Miss Marple, who said, "I know what you mean, dear. We women, well, it's different." She went on, "You told me what happened, Bunch, but I'd like to know first exactly what you think." "It's all wrong," said Bunch. "The man who was there in the church, dying, knew all about sanctuary. He said it just the way Julian would have said it. I mean, he was a well-read, educated man, and if he'd shot himself, he wouldn't drag himself to a church afterwards and say sanctuary. Sanctuary means that you're pursued, and when you get into a church, you're safe. Your pursuers can't touch you. At one time, even the law couldn't get at you." She looked questioningly at Miss Marple. The latter nodded. Bunch went on. "Those people, the Ecclesies, were quite different, ignorant and coarse. And there's another thing. That watch, the dead man's watch, it had the initials W, E, Sh on the back of it. But inside, I opened it. In very small lettering, there was 'To Walter from his father' and a date, Walter. But the Shickleys kept talking of him as William or Bill." Miss Marple seemed about to speak, but Bunch rushed on. "Oh, I know you're not always called the name you're baptized by. I mean, I can understand that you might be christened William and called Porgy or Carrots or something. But your sister wouldn't call you William or Bill if your name was Walter." "You mean that she wasn't his sister?" "I'm quite sure she wasn't his sister. They were horrid, both of them. They came to the vicarage to get his things and to find out if he'd said anything before he died. When I said he hadn't, I saw it in their faces. Relief. I think myself," finished Bunch. "It was Eccles who shot him." "Murder," said Miss Marple. "Yes," said Bunch. "Murder. That's why I came to you, darling." Bunch's remark might have seemed incongruous to an ignorant listener, but in certain spheres, Miss Marple had a reputation for dealing with murder. "He said please to me before he died," said Bunch. "He wanted me to do something for him. The awful thing is, I've no idea what—" Miss Marple considered for a moment or two, and then pounced on the point that had already occurred to Bunch. "But why was he there at all?" she asked. "You mean," said Bunch, "if you wanted sanctuary, you might pop into a church anywhere. There's no need to take a bus that only goes 4 times a day and come out to a lonely spot like ours for it." "He must have come there for a purpose," Miss Marple thought. "He must have come to see someone. Chipping Cleghorn's not a big place. Bunch, surely you must have some idea of who it was he came to see." Bunch reviewed the inhabitants of her village in her mind before rather doubtfully shaking her head. In a way, she said, it could be anybody. He never mentioned a name. He said Julian, or I thought he said Julian. It might have been Julia, I suppose. As far as I know, there isn't any Julia living in Chipping Cleghorn. She screwed up her eyes as she thought back to the scene. The man lying there on the chancel steps. The light coming through the window with its jewels of red and blue light. Jewels, said Miss Marple thoughtfully. I'm coming now, said Bunch, to the most important thing of all. The reason why I've really come here today. You see, the Eccleses made a great fuss about having his coat. We took it off when the doctor was seeing him. It was an old, shabby sort of coat. There was no reason they should have wanted it. They pretended it was sentimental. But that was nonsense. Anyway, I went up to find it. And as I was just going up the stairs, I remembered how he'd made a kind of picking gesture with his hand, as though he was fumbling with the coat. So when I got hold of the coat, I looked at it very carefully, and I saw that in one place the lining had been sewn up again with a different thread. So I unpicked it, and I found a little piece of paper inside. I took it out, and I sewed it up again properly with thread that matched. I was careful, and I don't really think that the Ecclesies would know I've done it. I don't think so, but I can't be sure. And I took the coat down to them and made some excuse for the delay. The piece of paper? Asked Miss Marple. Bunch opened her handbag. I didn't show it to Julian, she said, because he would have said that I ought to have given it to the Ecclesias, but I thought I'd rather bring it to you instead. A cloakroom ticket, said Miss Marple, looking at it. Paddington Station. He had a return ticket to Paddington in his pocket, said Bunch. The eyes of the two women met. This calls for action, said Miss Marple briskly, but it would be advisable, I think, to be careful. Would you have noticed at all, Bunch dear, whether you were followed when you came to London today? Followed! Exclaimed Bunch. You don't think— Well, I think it's possible, said Miss Marple. When anything is possible, I think we ought to take precautions. She rose with a brisk movement. You came up here ostensibly, my dear, to go to the sales. I think the right thing to do, therefore, would be for us to go to the sales. But before we set out, we might put one or two little arrangements in hand. I don't suppose, Miss Marple added obscurely, that I shall need the old speckled tweed with the beaver collar just at present. It was about an hour and a half later that the two ladies, rather the worse for wear and battered in appearance, and both clasping parcels of hardly one household linen, sat down at a small and sequestered hostelry called the Apple Bough to restore their forces with steak and kidney pudding, followed by apple tart and custard. Really a pre-war quality face towel, gasped Miss Marple, slightly out of breath, with a J on it, too. So fortunate that Raymond's wife's name is Joan. I shall put them aside until I really need them, and then they will do for her if I pass on sooner than I expect. I really did need the glass cloths, said Bunch, and they were very cheap, though not as cheap as the ones that woman with the ginger hair managed to snatch from me. A smart young woman with a lavish application of rouge and lipstick entered the Apple Bough at that moment. After looking around vaguely for a moment or two, she hurried to their table. She laid down an envelope by Miss Marple's elbow. There you are, miss, she said briskly. Oh, thank you, Gladys, said Miss Marple. Thank you very much. So kind of you. Always pleased to oblige, I'm sure, said Gladys. Ernie always says to me. Everything, what's good, you learned from that Miss Marple of yours that you were in service with. And I'm sure I'm always glad to oblige you. Miss, such a dear girl, said Miss Marple, as Gladys departed again, always so willing and so kind. She looked inside the envelope and then passed it on to Bunch. Now be very careful, dear, she said. By the way, is there still that nice young inspector at Melchester that I remember? I don't know, said Bunch. I expect so. Well, if not, said Miss Marple thoughtfully, I can always ring up the chief constable. I think he would remember me. Of course he'd remember you, said Bunch. Everybody would remember you. You're quite unique. She rose, arrived at Paddington. Bunch went to the luggage office and produced the cloakroom ticket. A moment or two later, a rather shabby old suitcase was passed across to her, and carrying this, she made her way to the platform. The journey home was uneventful. Bunch rose as the train approached Chipping Cleghorn and picked up the old suitcase. She had just left her carriage when a man, sprinting along the platform, suddenly seized the suitcase from her hand and rushed off with it. Stop, Bunch yelled. Stop him! Stop him! He's taken my suitcase. The ticket collector who, at this rural station, was a man of somewhat slow processes, had just begun to say, Now, look here, you can't do that, when a smart blow on the chest pushed him aside, and the man with the suitcase rushed out from the station. He made his way towards a waiting car. Tossing the suitcase in, he was about to climb after it, but before he could move a hand fell on his shoulder, and the voice of Police Constable Abel said, Now then, what's all this? Bunch arrived, panting, from the station. He snatched my suitcase. I just got out of the train with it. Nonsense, said the man. I don't know what this lady means. It's my suitcase. I just got out of the train with it. He looked at Bunch with a bovine and impartial stare. Nobody would have guessed that Police Constable Abel and Mrs. Harmon spent long half hours in Police Constable Abel's off time discussing the respective merits of manure and bone meal for rose bushes. You say, Madam, that this is your suitcase, said Police Constable Abel. Yes, said Bunch. Definitely. And you, sir, I say, this suitcase is mine. The man was tall, dark and well-dressed, with a drawling voice and a superior manner. A feminine voice from inside the car said, Of course, it's your suitcase. Edwin. I don't know what this woman means. We'll have to get this clear, said Police Constable Abel. If it's your suitcase, madame, what do you say is inside it? Clothes, said Bunch. A long speckled coat with a beaver collar, 2 wool jumpers, and a pair of shoes. Well, that's clear enough, said Police Constable Abel. He turned to the other. I am a theatrical costumer, said the dark man importantly. This suitcase contains theatrical properties, which I brought down here for an amateur performance. Right, sir, said Police Constable Abel. Well, we'll just look inside, shall we, and see. We can go along to the police station, or if you're in a hurry, we'll take the suitcase back to the station and open it there. It'll suit me, said the dark man. My name is Moss. By the way, Edwin Moss, the police constable, holding the suitcase, went back into the station. Just taking this into the parcels office. George, he said to the ticket collector. Police Constable Abel laid the suitcase on the counter of the parcels office and pushed back the clasp. The case was not locked. Bunch and Mr. Edwin Moss stood on either side of him, their eyes regarding each other vengefully. Ah, said Police Constable Abel. As he pushed up the lid, inside, neatly folded, was a long, rather shabby tweed coat with a beaver fur collar. There were also 2 wool jumpers and a pair of country shoes. "Exactly as you say, madam," said Police Constable Abel. Turning to Bunch, nobody could have said that Mr. Edwin Moss underdid things. His dismay and compunction were magnificent. "I do apologize," he said. "I really do apologize. Please believe me. Dear lady, when I tell you how very, very sorry I am, unpardonable, quite unpardonable. My behavior has been—" He looked at his watch. "I must rush now. Probably my suitcase has gone on the train." Raising his hat once more, he said meltingly to Bunch, Do forgive me," and rushed hurriedly out of the parcels office. "Are you going to let him get away?" asked Bunch in a conspiratorial whisper to Police Constable Abel. The latter slowly closed a bovine eye in a wink. "He won't get too far, ma'am," he said. "That's to say, he won't get far unobserved, if you take my meaning." "Oh," said Bunch, relieved. "That old lady's been on the phone," said Police Constable Abel. "The one as was down here a few years ago. Bright she is, isn't she? But there's been a lot cooking up all today. Shouldn't wonder if the inspector or sergeant was out to see you about it tomorrow morning." It was the inspector who came, the Inspector Craddock whom Miss Marple remembered. He greeted Bunch with a smile as an old friend. "Crime in Chipping Cleghorn again," he said cheerfully. "You don't lack for sensation here, do you, Mrs. Harmon?" "I could do with rather less," said Bunch. "Have you come to ask me questions, or are you going to tell me things for a change?" "I'll tell you some things first," said the inspector. "To begin with, Mr. and Mrs. Eccles have been having an eye kept on them for some time. There's reason to believe they've been connected with several robberies in this part of the world. For another thing, although Mrs. Eccles has a brother called Sandborn who has recently come back from abroad, the man you found dying in the church yesterday was definitely not Sandborn." "I knew that he wasn't," said Bunch. "His name was Walter, to begin with, not William." The inspector nodded. "His name was Walter St. John, and he escaped 48 hours ago from Charrington Prison." "Of course," said Bunch softly to herself. "He was being hunted down by the law, and he took sanctuary." Then she asked, "What had he done?" "I'll have to go back rather a long way. It's a complicated story. Several years ago, there was a certain dancer doing turns at the music halls. I don't expect you'll have ever heard of her, but she specialized in an Arabian night turn. Aladdin in the Cave of Jewels, it was called. She wore bits of rhinestone, and not much else. She wasn't much of a dancer, I believe, but she was, well, attractive. Anyway, a certain Asiatic royalty fell for her in a big way. Amongst other things, he gave her a very magnificent emerald necklace." "The historic jewels of a Raja," murmured Bunch ecstatically. Inspector Craddock coughed. "Well, a rather more modern version. Mrs. Harmon, the affair didn't last very long. Broke up when our potentate's attention was captured by a certain film star whose demands were not quite so modest, Zobeida, to give the dancer her stage name. Hung on to the necklace, and in due course it was stolen. It disappeared from her dressing room at the theater, and there was a lingering suspicion in the minds of the authorities that she herself might have engineered its disappearance. Such things have been known as a publicity stunt, or indeed from more dishonest motives. The necklace was never recovered, but during the course of the investigation, the attention of the police was drawn to this man, Walter St. John. He was a man of education and breeding who had come down in the world, and who was employed as a working jeweler with a rather obscure firm, which was suspected of acting as a fence for jewel robberies. There was evidence that this necklace had passed through his hands. It was, however, in connection with the theft of some other jewelry that he was finally brought to trial and convicted and sent to prison. He had not very much longer to serve, so his escape was rather a surprise. "But why did he come here?" asked Bunch. "We'd like to know that very much. Mrs. Harmon, following up his trial, it seems that he went first to London. He didn't visit any of his old associates, but he visited an elderly woman, a Mrs. Jacobs, who had formerly been a theatrical dresser. She won't say a word of what he came for, but according to other lodgers in the house, he left carrying a suitcase." "I see," said Bunch. "He left it in the cloakroom at Paddington, and then he came down here." "By that time," said Inspector Craddock, "Eccles and the man who calls himself Edwin Moss were on his trail. They wanted that suitcase. They saw him get on the bus. They must have driven out in a car ahead of him and been waiting for him when he left the bus." "And he was murdered," said Bunch. "Yeah," said Craddock. "He was shot. It was Eccles' revolver, but I rather fancy it was Moss who did the shooting. Now, Mrs. Harmon, what we want to know is, where is the suitcase that Walter St. John actually deposited at Paddington Station?" Bunch grinned. "I expect Aunt Jane's got it by now," she said. "Miss Marple, mean." That was her plan. She sent a former maid of hers with a suitcase packed with her things to the cloakroom at Paddington, and we exchanged tickets. I collected her suitcase and brought it down by train. She seemed to expect that an attempt would be made to get it from me. It was Inspector Craddock's turn to grin. "So she said, when she rang up, 'I'm driving up to London to see her. Do you want to come, too?' Mrs. Harmon?" "Well, said Bunch, considering, "well, as a matter of fact, it's very fortunate. I had a toothache last night, so I really ought to go to London to see the dentist." "Oughtn't I?" "Definitely," said Inspector Craddock. Miss Marple looked from Inspector Craddock's face to the eager face of Bunch Harmon. The suitcase lay on the table. "Of course, I haven't opened it," the old lady said. "I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing till somebody official arrived. Besides," she added, with a demurely mischievous Victorian smile, "it's locked." "Like to make a guess at what's inside, Miss Marple?" asked the inspector. "I should imagine, you know," said Miss Marple, "that it would be Zobita's theatrical costumes. Would you like a chisel, Inspector?" The chisel soon did its work. Both women gave a slight gasp as the lid flew up. The sunlight coming through the window lit up what seemed like an inexhaustible treasure of sparkling jewels: red, blue, green, orange. "Aladdin's cave," said Miss Marple. "The flashing jewels the girl wore to dance." "Ah," said Inspector Craddock. "Now, what's so precious about it, do you think? That a man was murdered to get hold of it." "She was a shrewd girl, I expect," said Miss Marple thoughtfully. "She's dead, isn't she, Inspector?" "Yes, died 3 years ago." "She had this valuable emerald necklace," said Miss Marple musingly. "Had the stones taken out of their setting and fastened here and there on her theatrical costume, where everyone would take them for merely colored rhinestones. Then she had a replica made of the real necklace, and that, of course, was what was stolen. No wonder it never came on the market. The thief soon discovered the stones were false. "Here is an envelope," said Bunch, pulling aside some of the glittering stones. Inspector Craddock took it from her and extracted 2 official-looking papers from it. He read aloud, "Marriage certificate between Walter Edmund St. John and Mary Moss." That was Zobeida's real name. "So they were married," said Miss Marple. "I see." "What's the other?" asked Bunch. "A birth certificate of a daughter. Jewel." "Jewel," cried Bunch. "Why, of course. Jewel Jill. That's it. I see now why he came to Chipping Cleghorn. That's what he was trying to say to me. Jewel. The Mundys. You know, Laburnum Cottage. They look after a little girl for someone. They're devoted to her. She's been like their own granddaughter. Yes, I remember now. Her name was Jewel. Only, of course, they call her Jill. Mrs. Mundy had a stroke about a week ago, and the old man's been very ill with pneumonia. They were both going to go to the infirmary. I've been trying hard to find a good home for Jill somewhere. I didn't want her taken away to an institution. I suppose her father heard about it in prison, and he managed to break away and get hold of this suitcase from the old dresser he or his wife left it with. I suppose, if the jewels really belong to her mother, they can be used for the child now. I should imagine so. Mrs. Harmon, if they're here. Oh, they'll be here all right, said Miss Marple cheerfully. Oh. Thank goodness you're back. Dear, said the Reverend Julian Harmon, greeting his wife with affection and a sigh of content. Mrs. Burt always tries to do her best when you're away, but she really gave me some very peculiar fish cakes for lunch. I didn't want to hurt her feelings, so I gave them to Tiglath-Pileser, but even he wouldn't eat them, so I had to throw them out of the window. Tiglath-Pileser, said Bunch, stroking the vicarage cat, who was purring against her knee, is very particular about what fish he eats. I often tell him he's got a proud stomach. And your tooth, dear, did you have it seen too? Yeah, said Bunch. It didn't hurt much. And I went to see Aunt Jane again, too. Oh, dear old thing, said Julian. I hope she's not failing at all. Not in the least, said Bunch, with a grin. The following morning, Bunch took a fresh supply of chrysanthemums to the church. The sun was once more pouring through the east window, and Bunch stood in the jeweled light on the chancel steps. She said very softly under her breath, "Your little girl will be all right. I'll see that she is. I promise." Then she tidied up the church, slipped into a pew, and knelt for a few moments to say her prayers before returning to the vicarage to attack the piled-up chores of 2 neglected days. Chapter 54. Greenshaw's Folly Mystery. Greenshaw's Folly was first published in the Daily Mail, 3-7, December 1956. The 2 men rounded the corner of the shrubbery. "Well, there you are," said Raymond West. "That's it." Horace Bindler took a deep, appreciative breath. "But my dear," he cried, "how wonderful!" His voice rose in a high screech of aesthetic delight, then deepened in reverent awe. "It's unbelievable. Out of this world, a period piece of the best. I thought you'd like it," said Raymond West, complacently. "Like it, my dear." Words failed Horace. He unbuckled the strap of his camera and got busy. "This will be one of the gems of my collection," he said happily. "I do think, don't you, that it's rather amusing to have a collection of monstrosities? The idea came to me one night 7 years ago in my bath. My last real gem was in the Campo Santo at Genoa, but I really think this beats it. What's it called?" "I haven't the least idea," said Raymond. "I suppose it's got a name. It must have. But the fact is that it's never referred to round here as anything but Greenshaw's Folly. Greenshaw being the man who built it. Yes, in 1860 or 70 or thereabouts, the local success story of the time. Barefoot boy who had risen to immense prosperity. Local opinion is divided as to why he built this house, whether it was sheer exuberance of wealth or whether it was done to impress his creditors. If the latter, it didn't impress them. He either went bankrupt or the next thing to it, hence the name. Greenshaw's Folly. Horace's camera clicked. "There," he said in a satisfied voice. "Remind me to show you no 310 in my collection. A really incredible marble mantelpiece in the Italian manner," he added, looking at the house. "I can't conceive of how Mr. Greenshaw thought of it all. Rather obvious in some ways," said Raymond. "He had visited the Chateau of the Loire. Don't you think those turrets? And then, rather unfortunately, he seems to have traveled in the Orient. The influence of the Taj Mahal is unmistakable. I rather like the Moorish wing," he added, "and the traces of a Venetian palace. One wonders how he ever got hold of an architect to carry out these ideas." Raymond shrugged his shoulders. "No difficulty about that, I expect," he said. "Probably the architect retired with a good income for life, while poor old Greenshaw went bankrupt." "Could we look at it from the other side?" asked Horace. "Or are we trespassing?" "We're trespassing, all right," said Raymond, "but I don't think it will matter." He turned towards the corner of the house, and Horace skipped after him. "But who lives here, my dear orphans or holiday visitors? It can't be a school. No playing fields or brisk efficiency." "Oh, a Greenshaw lives here still," said Raymond over his shoulder. "The house itself didn't go in the crash. Old Greenshaw's son inherited it. He was a bit of a miser and lived here in a corner of it. Never spent a penny. Probably never had a penny to spend. His daughter lives here now. Old lady, very eccentric." As he spoke, Raymond was congratulating himself on having thought of Greenshaw's Folly as a means of entertaining his guest. These literary critics always professed themselves as longing for a weekend in the country, and were wont to find the country extremely boring when they got there. Tomorrow there would be the Sunday papers, and for today Raymond West congratulated himself on suggesting a visit to Greenshaw's Folly to enrich Horace Bindler's well-known collection of monstrosities. They turned the corner of the house and came out on a neglected lawn. In one corner of it was a large artificial rockery, and bending over it was a figure at sight of which Horace clutched Raymond delightedly by the arm. "My dear," he exclaimed, "do you see what she's got on a sprigged print dress?" Just like a housemaid, when there were housemaids. One of my most cherished memories is staying at a house in the country when I was quite a boy, where a real housemaid called you in the morning, all crackling in a print dress and a cap. Yes, my boy, really, a cap. Muslin with streamers? No. Perhaps it was the parlor maid who had the streamers. But anyway, she was a real housemaid, and she brought in an enormous brass can of hot water. What an exciting day we're having. The figure in the print dress had straightened up and had turned towards them, trowel in hand. She was a sufficiently startling figure. Unkempt locks of iron gray fell wispily on her shoulders. A straw hat, rather like the hats that horses wear in Italy, was crammed down on her head. The colored print dress she wore fell nearly to her ankles. Out of a weather-beaten, not too clean face, shrewd eyes surveyed them appraisingly. "I must apologize for trespassing, Miss Greenshaw," said Raymond West as he advanced towards her. "But Mr. Horace Bindler, who's staying with me," Horace bowed and removed his hat, "is most interested in ancient history and, fine buildings." Raymond West spoke with the ease of a well-known author who knows that he is a celebrity, that he can venture where other people may not. Miss Greenshaw looked up at the sprawling exuberance behind her. "It is a fine house," she said appreciatively. "My grandfather built it, before my time, of course. He is reported as having said that he wished to astonish the natives." "I'll say he did that, ma'am," said Horace Bindler. "Mr. Bindler is the well-known literary critic," said Raymond West. Miss Greenshaw had clearly no reverence for literary critics. She remained unimpressed. "I consider it," said Miss Greenshaw, referring to the house, "as a monument to my grandfather's genius. Silly fools come here and ask me why I don't sell it and go and live in a flat. What would I do in a flat? It's my home and I live in it," said Miss Greenshaw. "Always have lived here." She considered, brooding over the past. "There were 3 of us. Laura married the curate. Papa wouldn't give her any money. Said clergymen ought to be unworldly. She died, having a baby. Baby died too. Nettie ran away with the riding master. Papa cut her out of his will. Of course. Handsome fellow. Harry Fletcher. But no good. Don't think Nettie was happy with him. Anyway, she didn't live long. They had a son. He writes to me sometimes, but of course he isn't a Greenshaw. I'm the last of the Greenshaws." She drew up her bent shoulders with a certain pride and readjusted the rakish angle of the straw hat. Then, turning, she said sharply, "Yes, Mrs. Cresswell, what is it?" Approaching them from the house was a figure that, seen side by side with Miss Greenshaw, seemed ludicrously dissimilar. Mrs. Cresswell had a marvelously dressed head of well-blued hair, towering upwards in meticulously arranged curls and rolls. It was as though she had dressed her head to go as a French marquise to a fancy dress party. The rest of her middle-aged person was dressed in what ought to have been rustling black silk, but was actually one of the shinier varieties of black rayon. Although she was not a large woman, she had a well-developed and sumptuous bust. Her voice when she spoke was unexpectedly deep. She spoke with exquisite diction. Only a slight hesitation over words beginning with H and the final pronunciation of them with an exaggerated aspirate gave rise to a suspicion that at some remote period in her youth she might have had trouble over dropping her oichs. "The fish, madam," said Mrs. Cresswell. "The slice of cod. It has not arrived. I have asked Alfred to go down for it, and he refuses to do so." Rather unexpectedly, Miss Greenshaw gave a cackle of laughter. "Refuses? Does he? Alfred, madam, has been most disobliging." Miss Greenshaw raised 2 earth-stained fingers to her lips, suddenly produced an ear-splitting whistle, and at the same time yelled, "Alfred! Alfred! Come here!" Round the corner of the house, a young man appeared in answer to the summons. carrying a spade in his hand. He had a bold, handsome face, and as he drew near, he cast an unmistakably malevolent glance towards Mrs. Cresswell. "You wanted me, miss," he said. "Yes, Alfred. I hear you've refused to go down for the fish. What about it? Eh?" Alfred spoke in a surly voice. "I'll go down for it if you wants it, miss. You've only got to say, 'I do want it. I want it for my supper.' Right you are, miss. I'll go right away." He threw an insolent glance at Mrs. Cresswell, who flushed and murmured below her breath, "Really, it's unsupportable." "Now that I think of it," said Miss Greenshaw, "a couple of strange visitors are just what we need, aren't they, Mrs. Cresswell?" Mrs. Cresswell looked puzzled. "I'm sorry, madam, for you know what," said Miss Greenshaw, nodding her head. "Beneficiary to a will mustn't witness it. That's right, isn't it?" She appealed to Raymond West. "Quite correct," said Raymond. "I know enough law to know that," said Miss Greenshaw. "And you two are men of standing." She flung down her trowel on her weeding basket. "Would you mind coming up to the library with me?" "Delighted," said Horace eagerly. She led the way through French windows and through a vast yellow and gold drawing room with faded brocade on the walls and dust covers arranged over the furniture. Then through a large, dim hall, up a staircase, and into a room on the first floor. "My grandfather's library," she announced. Horace looked round the room with acute pleasure. It was a room, from his point of view, quite full of monstrosities. The heads of sphinxes appeared on the most unlikely pieces of furniture. There was a colossal bronze representing, he thought, Paul and Virginia, and a vast bronze clock with classical motifs of which he longed to take a photograph. "A fine lot of books," said Miss Greenshaw. Raymond was already looking at the books. From what he could see from a cursory glance, there was no book here of any real interest, or, indeed, any book which appeared to have been read. They were all superbly bound sets of the classics as supplied 90 years ago for furnishing a gentleman's library. Some novels of a bygone period were included, but they too showed little signs of having been read. Miss Greenshaw was fumbling in the drawers of a vast desk. Finally, she pulled out a parchment document. "My will," she explained. "Got to leave your money to someone, or so they say. If I died without a will, I suppose that son of a horse-coper would get it. Handsome fellow, Harry Fletcher, but a rogue if there ever was one. Don't see why his son should inherit this place. No," she went on, as though answering some unspoken objection. "I've made up my mind. I'm leaving it to Cresswell. Your housekeeper? Yes, I've explained it to her. I make a will leaving her all I've got, and then I don't need to pay her any wages. Saves me a lot in current expenses. And it keeps her up to the mark. No giving me notice, and walking off at any minute. Very la-di-da, and all that, isn't she? But her father was a working plumber in a very small way. She's nothing to give herself airs about." She had by now unfolded the parchment. Picking up a pen, she dipped it in the inkstand and wrote her signature. "Catherine Dorothy Greenshaw." "That's right," she said. "You've seen me sign it. And then you two sign it, and that makes it legal." She handed the pen to Raymond West. He hesitated a moment, feeling an unexpected repulsion to what he was asked to do. Then he quickly scrawled the well-known signature, for which his morning's mail usually brought at least 6 demands a day. Horace took the pen from him and added his own minute signature. "That's done," said Miss Greenshaw. She moved across to the bookcase and stood looking at them uncertainly. Then she opened a glass door, took out a book, and slipped the folded parchment inside. "I've my own places for keeping things," she said. "Lady Audley's Secret," Raymond West remarked, catching sight of the title as she replaced the book. Miss Greenshaw gave another cackle of laughter. "Best seller in its day," she remarked. "Not like your books, eh?" She gave Raymond a sudden friendly nudge in the ribs. Raymond was rather surprised that she even knew he wrote books. Although Raymond West was quite a name in literature, he could hardly be described as a bestseller. Though softening a little with the advent of middle age, his books dealt bleakly with the sordid side of life. "I wonder," Horace demanded breathlessly, "if I might just take a photograph of the clock." "By all means," said Miss Greenshaw. "It came, I believe, from the Paris exhibition." "Very probably," said Horace. He took his picture. "This room's not been used much since my grandfather's time," said Miss Greenshaw. "This desk's full of old diaries of his. Interesting. I should think. I haven't the eyesight to read them myself. I'd like to get them published, but I suppose one would have to work on them a good deal." "You could engage someone to do that," said Raymond West. "Could I really? It's an idea. You know, I'll think about it." Raymond West glanced at his watch. "We mustn't trespass on your kindness any longer," he said. "Pleased to have seen you," said Miss Greenshaw graciously. "Thought you were the policeman when I heard you coming round the corner of the house." "Why a policeman?" demanded Horace, who never minded asking questions. Miss Greenshaw responded unexpectedly. "If you want to know the time, ask a policeman." She caroled, and with this example of Victorian wit, nudged Horace in the ribs and roared with laughter. "It's been a wonderful afternoon," sighed Horace as they walked home. "Really, that place has everything. The only thing the library needs is a body. Those old-fashioned detective stories about murder in the library. That's just the kind of library I'm sure the authors had in mind." "If you want to discuss murder," said Raymond, "you must talk to my Aunt Jane." "Your Aunt Jane, do you mean Miss Marple?" He felt a little at a loss. The charming old-world lady to whom he had been introduced the night before seemed the last person to be mentioned in connection with murder. "Oh, yes," said Raymond. "Murder is a speciality of hers." "But, my dear, how intriguing." "What do you really mean?" "I mean just that," said Raymond. He paraphrased, "Some commit murder. Some get mixed up in murders. Others have murder thrust upon them. My Aunt Jane comes into the third category." "You are joking." "Not in the least. I can refer you to the former Commissioner of Scotland Yard, several chief constables, and one or two hard-working inspectors of the CID." Horace said happily that wonders would never cease. Over the tea table they gave Joan West, Raymond's wife, Lou Oxley, her niece, and old Miss Marple, a resume of the afternoon's happenings, recounting in detail everything that Miss Greenshaw had said to them. "But I do think," said Horace, "that there is something a little sinister about the whole setup. That duchess-like creature, the housekeeper, arsenic, perhaps, in the teapot. Now that she knows her mistress has made the will in her favor." "Tell us, Aunt Jane," said Raymond M. "Will there be murder or won't there? What do you think?" "I think," said Miss Marple, winding up her wool with a rather severe air, "that you shouldn't joke about these things as much as you do. Raymond, arsenic is, of course, quite a possibility. So easy to obtain, probably present in the tool shed already in the form of weed killer. Oh, really, darling, said Joan West, affectionately. Wouldn't that be rather too obvious? It's all very well to make a will, said Raymond. I don't suppose, really, the poor old thing has anything to leave, except that awful white elephant of a house. And who would want that? A film company, possibly, said Horace, or a hotel, or an institution. They'd expect to buy it for a song, said Raymond. But Miss Marple was shaking her head. You know, dear Raymond, I cannot agree with you there. About the money. I mean, the grandfather was evidently one of those lavish spenders who make money easily, but can't keep it. He may have gone broke, as you say, but hardly bankrupt, or else his son would not have had the house. Now the son, as is so often the case, was an entirely different character to his father. A miser, a man who saved every penny. I should say that in the course of his lifetime, he probably put by a very good sum. This Miss Greenshaw appears to have taken after him, to dislike spending money. That is, yes, I should think it quite likely that she had quite a good sum tucked away. In that case, said Joan West, I wonder now, what about Lou? They looked at Lou as she sat, silent, by the fire. Lou was Joan West's niece. Her marriage had recently, as she herself put it, come unstuck, leaving her with 2 young children and a bare sufficiency of money to keep them on. I mean, said Joan, if this Miss Greenshaw really wants someone to go through diaries and get a book ready for publication. It's an idea, said Raymond. Lou said in a low voice, it's work I could do, and I'd enjoy it. I'll write to her, said Raymond. I wonder, said Miss Marple thoughtfully, what the old lady meant by that remark about a policeman. Oh, it was just a joke. It reminded me, said Miss Marple, nodding her head vigorously. Yes, it reminded me very much of Mr. Naismith. Who was Mr. Naismith? Asked Raymond, curiously. He kept bees, said Miss Marple, and was very good at doing the acrostics in the Sunday papers. And he liked giving people false impressions just for fun, but sometimes it led to trouble. Everybody was silent for a moment, considering Mr. Naismith, but as there did not seem to be any points of resemblance between him and Miss Greenshaw, they decided that dear Aunt Jane was perhaps getting a little bit disconnected in her old age. Horace Bindler went back to London without having collected any more monstrosities, and Raymond West wrote a letter to Miss Greenshaw, telling her that he knew of a Mrs. Louisa Oxley, who would be competent to undertake work on the diaries. After a lapse of some days, a letter arrived, written in spidery, old-fashioned handwriting, in which Miss Greenshaw declared herself anxious to avail herself of the services of Mrs. Oxley, and making an appointment for Mrs. Oxley to come and see her. Lou duly kept the appointment. Generous terms were arranged, and she started work on the following day. I'm awfully grateful to you, she said to Raymond. It will fit in beautifully. I can take the children to school, go on to Greenshaw's Folly, and pick them up on my way back. How fantastic the whole setup is. That old woman has to be seen to be believed. On the evening of her first day at work, she returned and described her day. I've hardly seen the housekeeper, she said. She came in with coffee and biscuits at 11:30, with her mouth pursed up very prunes and prisms, and would hardly speak to me. I think she disapproves deeply of my having been engaged. She went on. It seems there's quite a feud between her and the gardener. Alfred, he's a local boy and fairly lazy, I should imagine. And he and the housekeeper won't speak to each other. Miss Greenshaw said in her rather grand way, "There have always been feuds, as far as I can remember, between the garden and the house staff. It was so in my grandfather's time. There were 3 men and a boy in the garden then, and 8 maids in the house, but there was always friction." On the following day, Lou returned with another piece of news. "Just fancy," she said, "I was asked to ring up the nephew this morning." Miss Greenshaw's nephew. Yes. It seems he's an actor playing in the company that's doing a summer season at Boreham-on-Sea. I rang up the theater and left a message asking him to lunch tomorrow. Rather fun, really. The old girl didn't want the housekeeper to know. I think Mrs. Cresswell has done something that's annoyed her. Tomorrow, another installment of this thrilling serial, murmured Raymond. It's exactly like a serial. Isn't it reconciliation with the nephew? Blood is thicker than water. Another will to be made, and the old will destroyed. Aunt Jane, you're looking very serious. Was I, my dear? Have you heard any more about the policeman? Lou looked bewildered. I don't know anything about a policeman. That remark of hers, my dear, said Miss Marple, must have meant something. Lou arrived at her work the next day in a cheerful mood. She passed through the open front door. The doors and windows of the house were always open. Miss Greenshaw appeared to have no fear of burglars, and was probably justified, as most things in the house weighed several tons and were of no marketable value. Lou had passed Alfred in the drive. When she first caught sight of him, he had been leaning against a tree, smoking a cigarette. But as soon as he had caught sight of her, he had seized a broom and begun diligently to sweep leaves. An idle young man, she thought, but good-looking. His features reminded her of someone. As she passed through the hall on her way upstairs to the library, she glanced at the large picture of Nathaniel Greenshaw, which presided over the mantelpiece, showing him in the acme of Victorian prosperity, leaning back in a large armchair, his hands resting on the gold Albert across his capacious stomach. As her glance swept up from the stomach to the face with its heavy jowls, its bushy eyebrows, and its flourishing black mustache, the thought occurred to her that Nathaniel Greenshaw must have been handsome as a young man. He had looked, perhaps, a little like Alfred. She went into the library, shut the door behind her, opened her typewriter, and got out the diaries from the drawer at the side of the desk. Through the open window, she caught a glimpse of Miss Greenshaw in a puce-colored sprigged print, bending over the rockery, weeding assiduously. They had had 2 wet days, of which the weeds had taken full advantage. Lou, a town-bred girl, decided that if she ever had a garden, it would never contain a rockery which needed hand-weeding. Then she settled down to her work. When Mrs. Cresswell entered the library with the coffee tray at 11:30, she was clearly in a very bad temper. She banged the tray down on the table and observed to the universe, "Company for lunch, and nothing in the house. What am I supposed to do? I should like to know, and no sign of Alfred. He was sweeping in the drive when I got here." Lou offered, "I dare say, a nice soft job." Mrs. Cresswell swept out of the room and banged the door behind her. Lou grinned to herself. She wondered what the nephew would be like. She finished her coffee and settled down to her work again. It was so absorbing that time passed quickly. Nathaniel Greenshaw, when he started to keep a diary, had succumbed to the pleasure of frankness, trying out a passage relating to the personal charm of a barmaid in the neighboring town. Lou reflected that a good deal of editing would be necessary. As she was thinking this, she was startled by a scream from the garden. Jumping up, she ran to the open window. Miss Greenshaw was staggering away from the rockery towards the house. Her hands were clasped to her breast, and between them there protruded a feathered shaft that Lou recognized with stupefaction to be the shaft of an arrow. Miss Greenshaw's head, in its battered straw hat, fell forward on her breast. She called up to Lou in a failing voice. Shot. He shot me. With an arrow. Get help. Lou rushed to the door. She turned the handle, but the door would not open. It took her a moment or two of futile endeavor to realize that she was locked in. She rushed back to the window. I'm locked in. Miss Greenshaw, her back towards Lou, and swaying a little on her feet, was calling up to the housekeeper at a window farther along. Ring police! Telephone! Then, lurching from side to side like a drunkard, she disappeared from Lou's view through the window below into the drawing room. A moment later, Lou heard a crash of broken china, a heavy fall, and then silence. Her imagination reconstructed the scene. Miss Greenshaw must have staggered blindly into a small table with a Sevres tea set on it. Desperately, Lou pounded on the door, calling and shouting. There was no creeper or drainpipe outside the window that could help her to get out that way. Tired at last of beating on the door, she returned to the window. From the window of her sitting room farther along, the housekeeper's head appeared. Come and let me out. Mrs. Oxley, I'm locked in. So am I. Oh dear, isn't it awful I've telephoned the police? There's an extension in this room. But what I can't understand, Mrs. Oxley, is our being locked in. I never heard a key turn. Did you? No, I didn't hear anything at all. Oh dear, what shall we do? Perhaps Alfred might hear us. Lou shouted at the top of her voice. Alfred! Alfred! Gone to his dinner as likely as not. What time is it? Lou glanced at her watch. 12:25. He's not supposed to go until 1/2 past, but he sneaks off earlier whenever he can. Do you think... Lou meant to ask, do you think she's dead? But the words stuck in her throat. There was nothing to do but wait. She sat down on the windowsill. It seemed an eternity before the stolid, helmeted figure of a police constable came round the corner of the house. She leant out of the window, and he looked up at her, shading his eyes with his hand. When he spoke, his voice held reproof. What's going on here? He asked disapprovingly. From their respective windows, Lou and Mrs. Cresswell poured a flood of excited information down on him. The constable produced a notebook and pencil. You ladies ran upstairs and locked yourselves in. Can I have your names? Please. No. Somebody else locked us in. Come and let us out. The constable said reprovingly, all in good time, and disappeared through the window below. Once again, time seemed infinite. Lou heard the sound of a car arriving, and, after what seemed an hour, but was actually 3 minutes, first Mrs. Cresswell, and then Lou, were released by a police sergeant more alert than the original constable. Miss Greenshaw, Lou's voice faltered. What's happened? The sergeant cleared his throat. I'm sorry to have to tell you, madam, he said, what I've already told Mrs. Cresswell here. Miss Greenshaw is dead. Murdered, said Mrs. Cresswell. That's what it is, murder. The sergeant said dubiously. Could have been an accident. Some country lads shooting with bows and arrows. Again, there was the sound of a car arriving. The sergeant said, That'll be the M.O., and started downstairs. But it was not the M.O. As Lou and Mrs. Cresswell came down the stairs, a young man stepped hesitatingly through the front door and paused, looking round him with a somewhat bewildered air. Then, speaking in a pleasant voice that in some way seemed familiar to Lou, perhaps it had a family resemblance to Miss Greenshaw's, he asked, Excuse me, does Miss Greenshaw live here? May I have your name, if you please? Said the sergeant, advancing upon him. Fletcher, said the young man. Nat Fletcher. I'm Miss Greenshaw's nephew. As a matter of fact. Indeed. Sir. Well, I'm sorry, I'm sure. Has anything happened? Asked Nat Fletcher. There's been an accident. Your aunt was shot with an arrow, penetrated the jugular vein. Mrs. Cresswell spoke hysterically and without her usual refinement. Your aunt's been murdered. That's what's happened. Your aunt's been murdered. Inspector Welch drew his chair a little nearer to the table and let his gaze wander from one to the other of the four people in the room. It was the evening of the same day. He had called at the West's house to take Lou Oxley once more over her statement. You are sure of the exact words shot. He shot me with an arrow. Get help. Lou nodded. And the time. I looked at my watch a minute or two later. It was then 12:25. Your watch keeps good time. I looked at the clock as well. The inspector turned to Raymond West. It appears, sir, that about a week ago, you and a Mr. Horace Bindler were witnesses to Miss Greenshaw's will. Briefly, Raymond recounted the events of the afternoon visit that he and Horace Bindler had paid to Greenshaw's Folly. This testimony of yours may be important, said Welch. Miss Greenshaw distinctly told you, did she, that her will was being made in favor of Mrs. Cresswell, the housekeeper, that she was not paying Mrs. Cresswell any wages in view of the expectations Mrs. Cresswell had of profiting by her death. That is what she told me, yes. Would you say that Mrs. Cresswell was definitely aware of these facts? I should say undoubtedly. Miss Greenshaw made a reference in my presence to beneficiaries not being able to witness a will, and Mrs. Cresswell clearly understood what she meant by it. Moreover, Miss Greenshaw herself told me that she had come to this arrangement with Mrs. Cresswell. So Mrs. Cresswell had reason to believe she was an interested party, motives clear enough in her case. And I dare say she'd be our chief suspect now if it wasn't for the fact that she was securely locked in her room, like Mrs. Oxley here. And also that Miss Greenshaw definitely said a man shot her. She definitely was locked in her room. Oh yes, Sergeant Cayley let her out. It's a big old-fashioned lock with a big old-fashioned key. The key was in the lock, and there's not a chance that it could have been turned from inside or any hanky-panky of that kind. No. You can take it definitely that Mrs. Cresswell was locked inside that room and couldn't get out. And there were no bows and arrows in the room, and Miss Greenshaw couldn't in any case have been shot from a window. The angle forbids it. No. Mrs. Cresswell's out of it. He paused and went on. Would you say that Miss Greenshaw, in your opinion, was a practical joker?" Miss Marple looked up sharply from her corner. "So the will wasn't in Mrs. Cresswell's favor after all," she said. Inspector Welch looked over at her in a rather surprised fashion. "That's a very clever guess of yours, madam," he said. "No, Mrs. Cresswell isn't named as beneficiary." "Just like Mr. Naismith," said Miss Marple, nodding her head. "Miss Greenshaw told Mrs. Cresswell she was going to leave her everything, and so got out of paying her wages, and then she left her money to somebody else. No doubt she was vastly pleased with herself. No wonder she chortled when she put the will away in Lady Audley's secret. It was lucky Mrs. Oxley was able to tell us about the will and where it was put," said the inspector. "We might have had a long hunt for it otherwise." "A Victorian sense of humor," murmured Raymond West. "So she left her money to her nephew after all," said Lou. The inspector shook his head. "No," he said. "She didn't leave it to Nat Fletcher. The story goes around here. Of course, I'm new to the place, and I only get the gossip that's secondhand. But it seems that in the old days, both Miss Greenshaw and her sister were set on the handsome young writing master. And the sister got him. No, she didn't leave the money to her nephew." He paused, rubbing his chin. "She left it to Alfred," he said. "Alfred, the gardener." Joan spoke in a surprised voice. "Yes, Mrs. West. Alfred Pollock." "But why?" cried Lou. Miss Marple coughed and murmured, "I should imagine, though perhaps I am wrong, that there may have been what we might call family reasons." "You could call them that in a way," agreed the inspector. "It's quite well known in the village. It seems that Thomas Pollock, Alfred's grandfather, was one of old Mr. Greenshaw's byblows." "Of course," cried Lou. "The resemblance, I saw it this morning." She remembered how after passing Alfred, she had come into the house and looked up at old Greenshaw's portrait. "I dare say," said Miss Marple, "that she thought Alfred Pollock might have a pride in the house, might even want to live in it, whereas her nephew would almost certainly have no use for it whatever, and would sell it as soon as he could possibly do so. He's an actor, isn't he? What play exactly is he acting in at present?" "Trust an old lady to wander from the point," thought Inspector Welch. But he replied civilly, "I believe, madam, they are doing a season of James Barrie's plays." "Barrie?" said Miss Marple thoughtfully. "What every woman knows," said Inspector Welch, and then blushed. "Name of a play," he said quickly. "I'm not much of a theater goer myself," he added, "but the wife went along and saw it last week. Quite well done. She said it was." "Barrie wrote some very charming plays," said Miss Marple. "Though I must say that when I went with an old friend of mine, General Easterly, to see Barrie's Little Mary," she shook her head sadly, "neither of us knew where to look." The inspector, unacquainted with the play, Little Mary, looked completely fogged. Miss Marple explained, "When I was a girl, Inspector, nobody ever mentioned the word stomach." The inspector looked even more at sea. Miss Marple was murmuring titles under her breath. "The Admirable Crichton, very clever. Mary Rose, a charming play. I cried, I remember. Quality Street. I didn't care for so much. Then there was A Kiss for Cinderella. Oh, of course." Inspector Welch had no time to waste on theatrical discussion. He returned to the matter in hand. "The question is," he said, "did Alfred Pollock know that the old lady had made a will in his favor? Did she tell him?" He added, "You see, there's an archery club over at Boreham Lovell, and Alfred Pollock's a member. He's a very good shot indeed with a bow and arrow." "Then isn't your case quite clear?" asked Raymond West. "It would fit in with the doors being locked on the two women. He'd know just where they were in the house." The inspector looked at him. He spoke with deep melancholy. "He's got an alibi," said the inspector. "I always think alibis are definitely suspicious." "Maybe, sir," said Inspector Welch. "You're talking as a writer. I don't write detective stories," said Raymond West, horrified at the mere idea. "Easy enough to say that alibis are suspicious," went on Inspector Welch. "But, unfortunately, we've got to deal with facts," he sighed. "We've got 3 good suspects," he said. 3 people who, as it happened, were very close upon the scene at the time. Yet the odd thing is that it looks as though none of the 3 could have done it. The housekeeper I've already dealt with. The nephew, Nat Fletcher. At the moment Miss Greenshaw was shot, was a couple of miles away filling up his car at a garage and asking his way. As for Alfred Pollock, 6 people will swear that he entered the Dog and Duck at 12 and was there for an hour having his usual bread and cheese and beer. "Deliberately establishing an alibi," said Raymond West hopefully. "Maybe," said Inspector Welch. "But if so, he did establish it." There was a long silence. Then Raymond turned his head to where Miss Marple sat upright and thoughtful. "It's up to you." "Aunt Jane," he said. "The inspector's baffled. The sergeant's baffled. I am baffled. Joan's baffled. Lou is baffled. But to you, Aunt Jane, it is crystal clear." "Am I right?" "I wouldn't say that, dear," said Miss Marple. "Not crystal clear, and murder, dear Raymond, isn't a game. I don't suppose poor Miss Greenshaw wanted to die. And it was a particularly brutal murder, very well planned and quite cold-blooded. It's not a thing to make jokes about." "I'm sorry," said Raymond, abashed. "I'm not really as callous as I sound. One treats a thing lightly to take away from well, the horror of it. That is, I believe, the modern tendency," said Miss Marple. "All these wars, and having to joke about funerals. Yes, perhaps I was thoughtless when I said you were callous." "It isn't," said Joan, "as though we'd known her at all well." "That is very true," said Miss Marple. "You, dear Joan, did not know her at all. I did not know her at all." Raymond gathered an impression of her from one afternoon's conversation. Lou knew her for 2 days. "Come now, Aunt Jane," said Raymond. "Tell us your views. You don't mind, Inspector?" "Not at all," said the inspector politely. "Well, my dear, it would seem that we have 3 people who had, or might have thought they had, a motive to kill the old lady, and 3 quite simple reasons why none of the 3 could have done so. The housekeeper could not have done so because she was locked in her room, and because Miss Greenshaw definitely stated that a man shot her. The gardener could not have done it because he was inside the Dog and Duck at the time the murder was committed. The nephew could not have done it because he was still some distance away in his car at the time of the murder. Very clearly put, madam," said the inspector. "And since it seems most unlikely that any outseers should have done it, where then are we?" "That's what the inspector wants to know," said Raymond West. "One so often looks at a thing the wrong way round," said Miss Marple apologetically. "If we can't alter the movements or the position of those 3 people, then couldn't we perhaps alter the time of the murder?" "You mean that both my watch and the clock were wrong?" asked Lou. "No, dear," said Miss Marple. I didn't mean that at all. I mean that the murder didn't occur when you thought it occurred. But I saw it, cried Lou. Well, what I have been wondering, my dear, was whether you weren't meant to see it. I've been asking myself, you know, whether that wasn't the real reason why you were engaged for this job. What do you mean, Aunt Jane? Well, dear, it seems odd. Miss Greenshaw did not like spending money, and yet she engaged you and agreed quite willingly to the terms you asked. It seems to me that perhaps you were meant to be there in that library on the first floor, looking out of the window so that you could be the key witness, someone from outside of irreproachable good faith, to fix a definite time and place for the murder. But you can't mean, said Lou incredulously, that Miss Greenshaw intended to be murdered. What I mean, dear, said Miss Marple, is that you didn't really know Miss Greenshaw. There's no real reason, is there, why the Miss Greenshaw you saw when you went up to the house should be the same Miss Greenshaw that Raymond saw a few days earlier. Oh, yes, I know, she went on to prevent Lou's reply. She was wearing the peculiar old-fashioned print dress and the strange straw hat, and had unkempt hair. She corresponded exactly to the description Raymond gave us last weekend, but those two women, you know, were much of an age and height and size. The housekeeper, I mean, and Miss Greenshaw. But the housekeeper is fat, Lou exclaimed. She's got an enormous bosom. Miss Marple coughed. But my dear, surely, nowadays I have seen them myself in shops most indelicately displayed. It is very easy for anyone to have a bust of any size and dimension. What are you trying to say? Demanded Raymond. I was just thinking, dear, that during the 2 or 3 days Lou was working there, one woman could have played the two parts. You said yourself, Lou, that you hardly saw the housekeeper, except for the one moment in the morning when she brought you in the tray with coffee. One sees those clever artists on the stage coming in as different characters with only a minute or two to spare, and I am sure the change could have been effected quite easily. That marquise headdress could be just a wig slipped on and off. Aunt Jane, do you mean that Miss Greenshaw was dead before I started work there? Not dead. Kept under drugs, I should say. A very easy job for an unscrupulous woman like the housekeeper to do. Then she made the arrangements with you and got you to telephone to the nephew to ask him to lunch at a definite time. The only person who would have known that this Miss Greenshaw was not Miss Greenshaw would have been Alfred. And if you remember, the first 2 days you were working there it was wet, and Miss Greenshaw stayed in the house. Alfred never came into the house because of his feud with the housekeeper. And on the last morning Alfred was in the drive, while Miss Greenshaw was working on the rockery. I'd like to have a look at that rockery. Do you mean it was Mrs. Cresswell who killed Miss Greenshaw? I think that after bringing you your coffee, the woman locked the door on you as she went out, carried the unconscious Miss Greenshaw down to the drawing room, then assumed her Miss Greenshaw disguise and went out to work on the rockery where you could see her from the window. In due course, she screamed and came staggering to the house, clutching an arrow as though it had penetrated her throat. She called for help and was careful to say, "He shot me," so as to remove suspicion from the housekeeper. She also called up to the housekeeper's window as though she saw her there. Then, once inside the drawing room, she threw over a table with porcelain on it and ran quickly upstairs, put on her marquise wig, and was able a few moments later to lean her head out of the window and tell you that she, too, was locked in. But she was locked in, said Lou. I know. That is where the policeman comes in. What policeman? Exactly. What policeman, I wonder? Inspector, if you would mind telling me how and when you arrived on the scene, The inspector looked a little puzzled. At 12:29, we received a telephone call from Mrs. Cresswell, housekeeper to Miss Greenshaw, stating that her mistress had been shot. Sergeant Cayley and myself went out there at once in a car and arrived at the house at 12:35. We found Miss Greenshaw dead and the two ladies locked in their rooms. So, you see, my dear, said Miss Marple to Lou, the police constable you saw wasn't a real police constable. You never thought of him again. One doesn't. One just accepts one more uniform as part of the law. But who? Why, as to who, well, if they are playing a kiss for Cinderella, a policeman is the principal character. Nat Fletcher would only have to help himself to the costume he wears on the stage. He'd ask his way at a garage, being careful to call attention to the time, 12:25, then drive on quickly, leave his car around a corner, slip on his police uniform and do his act. But why? Why? Someone had to lock the housekeeper's door on the outside, and someone had to drive the arrow through Miss Greenshaw's throat. You can stab anyone with an arrow just as well as by shooting it, but it needs force. You mean they were both in it? Oh yes, I think so. Mother and son, as likely as not. But Miss Greenshaw's sister died long ago. Yes, but I've no doubt Mr. Fletcher married again. He sounds the sort of man who would, and I think it possible that the child died too, and that this so-called nephew was the second wife's child, and not really a relation at all. The woman got a post as housekeeper and spied out the land. Then he wrote as her nephew and proposed to call upon her. He may have made some joking reference to coming in his policeman's uniform, or asked her over to see the play, but I think she suspected the truth and refused to see him. He would have been her heir if she had died without making a will. But of course, once she had made a will in the housekeeper's favor, as they thought then, it was clear sailing. But why use an arrow? Objected Joan. So very far-fetched. Not far-fetched at all. Dear, Alfred belonged to an archery club. Alfred was meant to take the blame. The fact that he was in the pub as early as 12:20 was most unfortunate from their point of view. He always left a little before his proper time, and that would have been just right. She shook her head. It really seems all wrong, morally. I mean, that Alfred's laziness should have saved his life. The inspector cleared his throat. Well, madam, these suggestions of yours are very interesting. I shall have, of course, to investigate. Miss Marple and Raymond West stood by the rockery and looked down at that gardening basket full of dying vegetation. Miss Marple murmured, Alyssum, saxifrage, cytisus, thimble, campanula. Yes, that's all the proof I need. Whoever was weeding here yesterday morning was no gardener. She pulled up plants as well as weeds, so now I know I'm right. Thank you, dear Raymond, for bringing me here. I wanted to see the place for myself. She and Raymond both looked up at the outrageous pile of Greenshaw's Folly. A cough made them turn. A handsome young man was also looking at the house. Plaguey big place, he said. Too big for nowadays, or so they say. I don't know about that. If I won a football pool and made a lot of money, that's the kind of house I'd like to build. He smiled bashfully at them. Reckon I can say so now, that their house was built by my great-grandfather, said Alfred Pollock. And a fine house it is, for all they call it Greenshaw's Folly. Chapter 55. The Dressmaker's Doll. The Dressmaker's Doll was first published in Woman's Journal, December 1958. The doll lay in the big velvet-covered chair. There was not much light in the room. The London skies were dark. In the gentle, grayish-green gloom, the sage green coverings, and the curtains and the rugs all blended with each other. The doll blended, too. She lay long and limp and sprawled in her green velvet clothes and her velvet cap and the painted mask of her face. She was the puppet doll, the whim of rich women, the doll who lolls beside the telephone, or among the cushions of the divan. She sprawled there, eternally limp, and yet strangely alive. She looked a decadent product of the 20th century, Sybil Fox, hurrying in with some patterns and a sketch, looked at the doll with a faint feeling of surprise and bewilderment. She wondered, but whatever she wondered did not get to the front of her mind. Instead, she thought to herself, now, what's happened to the pattern of the blue velvet? Wherever have I put it? I'm sure I had it here just now. She went out on the landing and called up to the workroom. Elspeth? Elspeth! Have you the blue pattern up there? Mrs. Fellows Brown will be here any minute now. She went in again, switching on the lights. Again, she glanced at the doll. Now where on earth? Ah! There it is! She picked the pattern up from where it had fallen from her hand. There was the usual creak outside on the landing as the elevator came to a halt, and in a minute or two, Mrs. Fellows Brown, accompanied by her Pekingese, came puffing into the room, rather like a fussy local train arriving at a wayside station. It's going to pour, she said. Simply pour. She threw off her gloves, and a fur Alicia Coombe came in. She didn't always come in nowadays, only when special customers arrived. And Mrs. Fellows Brown was such a customer. Elspeth, the forewoman of the workroom, came down with the frock, and Sybil pulled it over Mrs. Fellows Brown's head. There, she said. I think it's good. Yes, it's definitely a success. Mrs. Fellows Brown turned sideways and looked in the mirror. I must say, she said, your clothes do something to my behind. You're much thinner than you were 3 months ago. Sybil assured her. I'm really not, said Mrs. Fellows Brown. Though I must say, I look at in this, there's something about the way you cut. It really does minimize my behind. I almost look as though I hadn't got one. I mean only the usual kind that most people have. She sighed and gingerly smoothed the troublesome portion of her anatomy. It's always been a bit of a trial to me, she said. Of course. For years I could pull it in, by sticking out my front. Well, I can't do that any longer because I've got a stomach now, as well as a behind. And I mean, well, you can't pull it in both ways, can you? Alicia Coombe said. You should see some of my customers. Mrs. Fellows Brown experimented to and fro. A stomach is worse than a behind, she said. It shows more. Or perhaps you think it does, because, when you're talking to people, you're facing them, and that's the moment they can't see your behind, but they can notice your stomach. Anyway, I've made it a rule to pull in my stomach and let my behind look after itself. She craned her neck round still farther, then said suddenly, Oh, that doll of yours, she gives me the creeps. How long have you had her? Sybil glanced uncertainly at Alicia Coombe, who looked puzzled but vaguely distressed. I don't know exactly. Some time, I think. I never can remember things. It's awful nowadays. I simply cannot remember. Sybil, how long have we had her? Sybil said shortly. I don't know. Well, said Mrs. Fellows Brown, she gives me the creeps uncanny. She looks, you know, as though she was watching us all, and perhaps laughing in that velvet sleeve of hers. I'd get rid of her if I were you." She gave a little shiver. Then she plunged once more into the dressmaking details. Should she or should she not have the sleeves an inch shorter? And what about the length? When all these important points were settled satisfactorily, Mrs. Fellows Brown resumed her own garments and prepared to leave. As she passed the doll, she turned her head again. "No," she said, "I don't like that doll. She looks too much as though she belonged here. It isn't healthy." "Now what did she mean by that?" demanded Sybil. As Mrs. Fellows Brown departed down the stairs, before Alicia Coombe could answer, Mrs. Fellows Brown returned, poking her head round the door. "Good gracious, I forgot all about Fu Ling. Where are you? Duxie. Well, I never—" She stared, and the other two women stared, too. The Pekingese was sitting by the green velvet chair, staring up at the limp doll sprawled on it. There was no expression, either of pleasure or resentment, on his small, pop-eyed face. He was merely looking. "Come along, Mum's darling," said Mrs. Fellows Brown. Mum's darling paid no attention whatever. "He gets more disobedient every day," said Mrs. Fellows Brown, with the air of one cataloguing a virtue. "Come on, Fu Ling, Dindins, Luffly Liver." Fu Ling turned his head about an inch and a half towards his mistress, then with disdain resumed his appraisal of the doll. "She's certainly made an impression on him," said Mrs. Fellows Brown. "I don't think he's ever noticed her before." "I haven't either. Was she here last time I came?" The other two women looked at each other. Sybil now had a frown on her face, and Alicia Coombe said, wrinkling up her forehead, "I told you, I simply can't remember anything nowadays." "How long have we had her?" "Sybil, where did she come from?" demanded Mrs. Fellows Brown. "Did you buy her?" "Oh, no." Somehow, Alicia Coombe was shocked at the idea. "Oh, no. I suppose someone gave her to me." She shook her head. "Maddening," she exclaimed. "Absolutely maddening. When everything goes out of your head the very moment after it's happened." "Now, don't be stupid, Fu Ling," said Mrs. Fellows Brown sharply. "Come on, I'll have to pick you up." She picked him up. Fu Ling uttered a short bark of agonized protest. They went out of the room, with Fu Ling's pop-eyed face turned over his fluffy shoulder, still staring with enormous attention at the doll on the chair. "That there doll," said Mrs. Groves, "fair gives me the creeps. It does." Mrs. Groves was the cleaner. She had just finished a crab-like progress backwards along the floor. Now she was standing up and working slowly round the room with a duster. "Funny thing," said Mrs. Groves. "Never noticed it really until yesterday. And then it hit me all of a sudden, as you might say." "You don't like it?" asked Sybil. "I tell you, Mrs. Fox, it gives me the creeps," said the cleaning woman. "It ain't natural, if you know what I mean. All those long hanging legs, and the way she's slouched down there, and the cunning look she has in her eye. It doesn't look healthy. That's what I say." "You've never said anything about her before," said Sybil. "I tell you, I never noticed her, not till this morning. Of course I know she's been here some time, but—" She stopped, and a puzzled expression flitted across her face. "Sort of thing you might dream of at night," she said. And gathering up various cleaning implements, she departed from the fitting room and walked across the landing to the room on the other side. Sybil stared at the relaxed doll. An expression of bewilderment was growing on her face. Alicia Coombe entered, and Sybil turned sharply. Miss Coombe, how long have you had this creature? What? The doll. My dear, you know I can't remember things. Yesterday. Why? It's too silly. I was going out to that lecture, and I hadn't gone halfway down the street when I suddenly found I couldn't remember where I was going. I thought, and I thought. Finally, I told myself it must be Fortnum's. I knew there was something I wanted to get at Fortnum's. Well, you won't believe me. It wasn't till I actually got home and was having some tea that I remembered about the lecture. Of course, I've always heard that people go gaga as they get on in life, but it's happening to me much too fast. I've forgotten now where I've put my handbag, and my spectacles, too. Where did I put those spectacles? I had them just now. I was reading something in the Times. The spectacles are on the mantelpiece here, said Sybil, handing them to her. How did you get the doll? Who gave her to you? That's a blank, too, said Alicia Coombe. Somebody gave her to me or sent her to me, I suppose. However, she does seem to match the room very well. Doesn't she? Rather too well, I think, said Sybil. Funny thing is, I can't remember when I first noticed her here. Now don't you get the same way as I am? Alicia Coombe admonished her. After all, you're young still. But really, Miss Coombe, I don't remember. I mean, I looked at her yesterday and thought there was something, well, Mrs. Groves is quite right. Something creepy about her. And then I thought I'd already thought so. And then I tried to remember when I first thought so. And, well, I just couldn't remember anything, in a way. It was as if I'd never seen her before. Only, it didn't feel like that. It felt as though she'd been here a long time, but I'd only just noticed her. Perhaps she flew in through the window one day on a broomstick, said Alicia Coombe. Anyway, she belongs here now, all right. She looked round. You could hardly imagine the room without her. Could you? No, said Sybil, with a slight shiver. But I rather wish I could. Could what? Imagine the room without her. Are we all going barmy about this doll? Demanded Alicia Coombe impatiently. What's wrong with the poor thing? Looks like a decayed cabbage to me. But perhaps, she added, that's because I haven't got spectacles on. She put them on her nose and looked firmly at the doll. Yes, she said. I see what you mean. She's a little creepy. Sad-looking, but, well, sly and rather determined, too. Funny, said Sybil, Mrs. Fellows-Brown taking such a violent dislike to her. She's one who never minds speaking her mind, said Alicia Coombe. But it's odd, persisted Sybil, that this doll should make such an impression on her. Well, people do take dislikes very suddenly sometimes. Perhaps, said Sybil with a little laugh, that doll never was here until yesterday. Perhaps she just flew in through the window, as you say, and settled herself here. No, said Alicia Coombe. I'm sure she's been here some time. Perhaps she only became visible yesterday. That's what I feel, too, said Sybil. That she's been here some time. But all the same, I don't remember really seeing her till yesterday. Now, dear, said Alicia Coombe briskly, do stop it. You're making me feel quite peculiar with shivers running up and down my spine. You're not going to work up a great deal of supernatural hoo-ha about that creature, are you? She picked up the doll, shook it out, rearranged its shoulders, and sat it down again on another chair. Immediately the doll flopped slightly and relaxed. "It's not a bit lifelike," said Alicia Coombe, staring at the doll. "And yet, in a funny way, she does seem alive. Doesn't she?" "Ooh, it did give me a turn," said Mrs. Groves, as she went round the showroom, dusting. "Such a turn as I hardly like to go into the fitting room any more." "What's given you a turn?" demanded Miss Coombe, who was sitting at a writing table in the corner, busy with various accounts. This woman, she added more for her own benefit than that of Mrs. Groves, thinks she can have 2 evening dresses, 3 cocktail dresses, and a suit every year without ever paying me a penny for them. Really, some people. "It's that doll," said Mrs. Groves. "What, our doll again?" "Yes, sitting up there at the desk. Like a human." "Ooh, it didn't half give me a turn." "What are you talking about?" Alicia Coombe got up, strode across the room, across the landing outside, and into the room opposite, the fitting room. There was a small Sheraton desk in one corner of it, and there, sitting in a chair drawn up to it, her long floppy arms on the desk, sat the doll. "Somebody seems to have been having fun," said Alicia Coombe. "Fancy sitting her up like that. Really, she looks quite natural." Sybil Fox came down the stairs at this moment, carrying a dress that was to be tried on that morning. "Come here, Sybil. Look at our doll sitting at my private desk and writing letters now." The 2 women looked. "Really," said Alicia Coombe. "It's too ridiculous. I wonder who propped her up there." "Did you?" "No, I didn't," said Sybil. "It must have been one of the girls from upstairs. A silly sort of joke." "Really," said Alicia Coombe. She picked up the doll from the desk and threw her back on the sofa. Sybil laid the dress over a chair carefully. Then she went out and up the stairs to the workroom. "You know the doll," she said. "The velvet doll in Miss Coombe's room downstairs, in the fitting room." The 4 women and 3 girls looked up. "Yes, miss, of course we know." "Who sat her up at the desk this morning for a joke?" The 3 girls looked at her. Then Elspeth, the 4-woman, said, "Sat her up at the desk, I didn't." "Nor did I," said one of the girls. "Did you, Marlene?" Marlene shook her head. "This your bit of fun, Elspeth?" "No, indeed," said Elspeth, a stern woman who looked as though her mouth should always be filled with pins. "I've more to do than going about playing with dolls and sitting them up at desks." "Look here," said Sybil, and to her surprise, her voice shook slightly. It was quite a good joke. Only I'd just like to know who did it." The 3 girls bristled. "We've told you, Mrs. Fox. None of us did it." "Did we, Marlene?" "I didn't," said Marlene. "And if Nellie and Margaret say they didn't, well then, none of us did." "You've heard what I had to say," said Elspeth. "What's this all about, anyway? Mrs. Fox." "Perhaps it was Mrs. Groves," said Marlene. Sybil shook her head. "It wouldn't be Mrs. Groves. It gave her quite a turn." "I'll come down and see for myself," said Elspeth. "She's not there now," said Sybil. "Miss Coombe took her away from the desk and threw her back on the sofa." "Well," she paused, "what I mean is, someone must have stuck her up there in the chair at the writing desk, thinking it was funny, I suppose. And I don't see why they won't say so." "I've told you twice, Mrs. Fox," said Margaret. "I don't see why you should go on accusing us of telling lies. None of us would do a silly thing like that." "I'm sorry," said Sybil. "I didn't mean to upset you, but But who else could possibly have done it? Perhaps she got up and walked there herself, said Marlene, and giggled. For some reason, Sybil didn't like the suggestion. Oh, it's all a lot of nonsense. Anyway, she said, and went down the stairs again. Alicia Coombe was humming quite cheerfully. She looked round the room. I've lost my spectacles again, she said, but it doesn't really matter. I don't want to see anything this moment. The trouble is, of course, when you're as blind as I am, that when you have lost your spectacles, unless you've got another pair to put on and find them with, well, then you can't find them, because you can't see to find them. I'll look round for you, said Sybil. You had them just now. I went into the other room when you went upstairs. I expect I took them back in there. She went across to the other room. It's such a bother, said Alicia Coombe. I want to get on with these accounts. How can I if I haven't my spectacles? I'll go up and get your second pair from the bedroom, said Sybil. I haven't a second pair at present, said Alicia Coombe. Why, what's happened to them? Well, I think I left them yesterday when I was out at lunch. I've rung up there. And I've rung up the 2 shops I went into, too. Oh, dear, said Sybil. You'll have to get 3 pairs, I suppose. If I had 3 pairs of spectacle, said Alicia Coombe, I should spend my whole life looking for one or the other of them. I really think it's best to have only one. Then you've got to look till you find it. Well, they must be somewhere, said Sybil. You haven't been out of these 2 rooms? They're certainly not here, so you must have laid them down in the fitting room. She went back, walking round, looking quite closely. Finally, as a last idea, she took up the doll from the sofa. I've got them, she called. Oh, where were they? Sybil. Under our precious doll. I suppose you must have thrown them down when you put her back on the sofa. I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. Oh, said Sybil with exasperation. Then I suppose the doll took them and was hiding them from you. Really, you know, said Alicia, looking thoughtfully at the doll. I wouldn't put it past her. She looks very intelligent, don't you think? Sybil? I don't think I like her face, said Sybil. She looks as though she knew something that we didn't. You don't think she looks sort of sad and sweet, said Alicia Coombe pleadingly, but without conviction. I don't think she's in the least sweet, said Sybil. No. Perhaps you're right. Oh, well, let's get on with things. Lady Lee will be here in another 10 minutes. I just want to get these invoices done and posted. Mrs. Fox. Mrs. Fox. Yes, Margaret, said Sybil. What is it? Sybil was busy leaning over a table, cutting a piece of satin material. Oh, Mrs. Fox, it's that doll again. I took down the brown dress, like you said. And there's that doll sitting up at the desk again. And it wasn't me. It wasn't any of us. Please, Mrs. Fox, we really wouldn't do such a thing. Sybil's scissors slid a little. There, she said angrily. Look what you've made me do. Oh, well, it'll be all right, I suppose. Now, what's this about the doll? She's sitting at the desk again. Sybil went down and walked into the fitting room. The doll was sitting at the desk exactly as she had sat there before. You're very determined, aren't you? Said Sybil. Speaking to the doll, she picked her up unceremoniously and put her back on the sofa. That's your place, my girl, she said. You stay there. She walked across to the other room. Miss Coombe. Yes, Sybil. Somebody is having a game with us, you know. That doll was sitting at the desk again. Who do you think it is? It must be one of those three upstairs, said Sybil. Thinks it's funny, I suppose. Of course they all swear to high heaven it wasn't them. Who do you think it is? Margaret? No, I don't think it's Margaret. She looked quite queer when she came in and told me. I expect it's that giggling Marlene. Anyway, it's a very silly thing to do. Of course it is. Idiotic, said Sybil. However, she added grimly, I'm going to put a stop to it. What are you going to do? You'll see, said Sybil. That night when she left, she locked the fitting room from the outside. I'm locking this door, she said, and I'm taking the key with me. Oh, I see, said Alicia Coombe, with a faint air of amusement. You're beginning to think it's me, are you? You think I'm so absent-minded that I go in there and think I'll write at the desk. But instead, I pick the doll up and put her there to write for me. Is that the idea? And then I forget all about it. Well, it's a possibility, Sybil admitted. Anyway, I'm going to be quite sure that no silly practical joke is played tonight. The following morning, her lips set grimly. The first thing Sybil did on arrival was to unlock the door of the fitting room and march in. Mrs. Groves, with an aggrieved expression and mop and duster in hand, had been waiting on the landing. Now we'll see, said Sybil. Then she drew back with a slight gasp. The doll was sitting at the desk. Coo, said Mrs. Groves behind her. It's uncanny. That's what it is. Oh, there, Mrs. Fox, you look quite pale, as though you've come over queer. You need a little drop of something. Has Miss Coombe got a drop upstairs, do you know? I'm quite all right, said Sybil. She walked over to the doll, lifted her carefully, and crossed the room with her. Somebody's been playing a trick on you again, said Mrs. Groves. I don't see how they could have played a trick on me this time, said Sybil slowly. I locked that door last night. You know yourself that no one could get in. Somebody's got another key. Maybe, said Mrs. Groves helpfully. I don't think so, said Sybil. We've never bothered to lock this door before. It's one of those old-fashioned keys, and there's only one of them. Perhaps the other key fits it, the one to the door opposite. In due course, they tried all the keys in the shop, but none fitted the door of the fitting room. It is odd, Miss Coombe, said Sybil later, as they were having lunch together. Alicia Coombe was looking rather pleased. My dear, she said, I think it's simply extraordinary. I think we ought to write to the psychical research people about it. You know, they might send an investigator, a medium or someone, to see if there's anything peculiar about the room. You don't seem to mind at all, said Sybil. Well, I rather enjoy it in a way, said Alicia Coombe. I mean, at my age. It's rather fun when things happen. All the same, no, she added thoughtfully. I don't think I do quite like it. I mean, that doll's getting rather above herself, isn't she? On that evening, Sybil and Alicia Coombe locked the door once more on the outside. I still think, said Sybil, that somebody might be playing a practical joke, though really, I don't see why. Do you think she'll be at the desk again tomorrow morning? Demanded Alicia. Yes, said Sybil. I do. But they were wrong. The doll was not at the desk. Instead, she was on the windowsill, looking out into the street. And again, there was an extraordinary naturalness about her position. "It's all frightfully silly, isn't it?" said Alicia Coombe, as they were snatching a quick cup of tea that afternoon. By common consent, they were not having it in the fitting room, as they usually did, but in Alicia Coombe's own room opposite. Silly in what way? Well, I mean, there's nothing you can get hold of, just a doll that's always in a different place. As day followed day, it seemed a more and more apt observation. It was not only at night that the doll now moved. At any moment when they came into the fitting room, after they had been absent even a few minutes, they might find the doll in a different place. They could have left her on the sofa and find her on a chair. Then she'd be on a different chair. Sometimes she'd be in the window seat, sometimes at the desk again. "She just moves about as she likes," said Alicia Coombe. "And I think, Sybil, I think it's amusing her." The two women stood, looking down at the inert, sprawling figure in its limp, soft velvet, with its painted silk face. "Some old bits of velvet and silk and a lick of paint. That's all it is," said Alicia Coombe. Her voice was strained. "I suppose, you know, we could, er, we could dispose of her." "What do you mean, dispose of her?" asked Sybil. Her voice sounded almost shocked. "Well," said Alicia Coombe, "we could put her in the fire, if there was a fire. Burn her. I mean, like a witch. Or, of course," she added matter-of-factly, "we could just put her in the dustbin." "I don't think that would do," said Sybil. "Somebody would probably take her out of the dustbin and bring her back to us. Or we could send her somewhere," said Alicia Coombe. "You know, to one of those societies who are always writing and asking for something, for a sale or a bazaar. I think that's the best idea." "I don't know," said Sybil. "I'd be almost afraid to do that." "Afraid? Well, I think she'd come back," said Sybil. "You mean she'd come back here?" "Yes, like a homing pigeon." "Yes, that's what I mean." "I suppose we're not going off our heads." "Are we?" said Alicia Coombe. "Perhaps I've really gone gaga, and perhaps you're just humoring me. Is that it?" "No," said Sybil, "but I've got a nasty, frightening feeling, a horrid feeling that she's too strong for us." "What?" "That mess of rags." "Yes, that horrible, limp mess of rags. Because, you see, she's so determined." "Determined? To have her own way, I mean. This is her room now." "Yes," said Alicia Coombe, looking round. "It is, isn't it? Of course, it always was, when you come to think of it, the colors and everything. I thought she fitted in here, but it's the room that fits her, I must say," added the dressmaker, with a touch of briskness in her voice. "It's rather absurd when a doll comes and takes possession of things like this. You know, Mrs. Groves won't come in here any longer and clean." "Does she say she's frightened of the doll?" "No. She just makes excuses of some kind or other." Then Alicia added with a hint of panic, "What are we going to do? Sybil, it's getting me down. You know, I haven't been able to design anything for weeks. I can't keep my mind on cutting out properly," Sybil confessed. "I make all sorts of silly mistakes." "Perhaps," she said uncertainly, "your idea of writing to the psychical research people might do some good. Just make us look like a couple of fools," said Alicia Coombe. "I didn't seriously mean it. No, I suppose we'll just have to go on. Until, Until what? Oh, I don't know, said Alicia, and she laughed uncertainly. On the following day, Sybil, when she arrived, found the door of the fitting room locked. Miss Coombe, have you got the key? Did you lock this last night? Yes, said Alicia Coombe. I locked it, and it's going to stay locked. What do you mean? I just mean I've given up the room. The doll can have it. We don't need 2 rooms. We can fit in here. But it's your own private sitting room. Well, I don't want it anymore. I've got a very nice bedroom. I can make a bed-sitting room out of that, can't I? Do you mean you're really not going into that fitting room ever again? Said Sybil incredulously. That's exactly what I mean. But what about cleaning? It'll get in a terrible state. Let it, said Alicia Coombe. If this place is suffering from some kind of possession by a doll, all right, let her keep possession and clean the room herself. And she added, she hates us, you know. What do you mean? Said Sybil. The doll hates us. Yes, said Alicia. Didn't you know? You must have known. You must have seen it when you looked at her. Yes, said Sybil thoughtfully. I suppose I did. I suppose I felt that all along, that she hated us and wanted to get us out of there. She's a malicious little thing, said Alicia Coombe. Anyway, she ought to be satisfied now. Things went on rather more peacefully after that. Alicia Coombe announced to her staff that she was giving up the use of the fitting room for the present. It made too many rooms to dust and clean, she explained. But it hardly helped her to overhear one of the work girls saying to another on the evening of the same day, she really is batty. Miss Coombe is now. I always thought she was a bit queer, the way she lost things and forgot things. But it's really beyond anything now, isn't it? She's got a sort of thing about that doll downstairs. Oh, you don't think she'll go really bats, do you? Said the other girl. That she might knife us or something? They passed, chattering, and Alicia sat up indignantly in her chair. Going bats indeed. Then she added ruefully, to herself, I suppose, if it wasn't for Sybil, I should think myself that I was going bats. But with me and Sybil and Mrs. Groves too, well, it does look as though there was something in it, but what I don't see is, how is it going to end? 3 weeks later, Sybil said to Alicia Coombe, we've got to go into that room sometimes. Why? Well, I mean, it must be in a filthy state. Moths will be getting into things and all that. We ought just to dust and sweep it and then lock it up again. I'd much rather keep it shut up and not go back in there, said Alicia Coombe. Sybil said, really, you know, you're even more superstitious than I am. I suppose I am, said Alicia Coombe. I was much more ready to believe in all this than you were. But to begin with, you know, I found it exciting in an odd sort of way. I don't know. I'm just scared. And I'd rather not go into that room again. Well, I want to, said Sybil. And I'm going to. You know what's the matter with you? Said Alicia Coombe. You're simply curious. That's all. All right. Then I'm curious. I want to see what the doll's done. I still think it's much better to leave her alone, said Alicia. Now we've got out of that room, she's satisfied. You'd better leave her satisfied. She gave an exasperated sigh. What nonsense we are talking. Yes, I know we're talking nonsense. But if you tell me of any way of not talking nonsense, come on, now, give me the key. All right. I believe you're afraid I'll let her out or something. I should think she was the kind that could pass through doors or windows. Sybil unlocked the door and went in. How terribly odd, she said. What's odd? Said Alicia Coombe, peering over her shoulder. The room hardly seems dusty at all. Does it? You'd think, after being shut up all this time. Yes, it is odd. There she is, said Sybil. The doll was on the sofa. She was not lying in her usual limp position. She was sitting upright, a cushion behind her back. She had the air of the mistress of the house, waiting to receive people. Well, said Alicia Coombe, she seems at home all right, doesn't she? I almost feel I ought to apologize for coming in. Let's go, said Sybil. She backed out, pulling the door to, and locked it again. The two women gazed at each other. I wish I knew, said Alicia Coombe, why it scares us so much. My goodness! Who wouldn't be scared? Well, I mean, what happens? After all, it's nothing really, just a kind of puppet that gets moved around the room. I expect it isn't the puppet itself. It's a poltergeist. Now, that is a good idea. Yes, but I don't really believe it. I think it's that doll. Are you sure you don't know where she really came from? I haven't the faintest idea, said Alicia. And the more I think of it, the more I'm perfectly certain that I didn't buy her, and that nobody gave her to me. I think she just came. Do you think she'll ever go? Really, said Alicia. I don't see why she should. She's got all she wants, but it seemed that the doll had not got all she wanted. The next day, when Sybil went into the showroom, she drew in her breath with a sudden gasp. Then she called up the stairs. Miss Coombe! Miss Coombe! Come down here! What's the matter? Alicia Coombe, who had got up late, came down the stairs, hobbling a little precariously, for she had rheumatism in her right knee. What is the matter with you? Sybil, look what's happened now. They stood in the doorway of the showroom, sitting on a sofa. Sprawled easily over the arm of it was the doll. She's got out, said Sybil. She's got out of that room. She wants this room as well. Alicia Coombe sat down by the door. In the end, she said, I suppose she'll want the whole shop. She might, said Sybil. You nasty, sly, malicious brute, said Alicia, addressing the doll. Why do you want to come and pester us so? We don't want you. It seemed to her, and to Sybil too, that the doll moved very slightly. It was as though its limbs relaxed still further. A long, limp arm was lying on the arm of the sofa, and the half-hidden face looked as if it were peering from under the arm. And it was a sly, malicious look. Horrible creature, said Alicia. I can't bear it. I can't bear it any longer. Suddenly, taking Sybil completely by surprise, she dashed across the room, picked up the doll, ran to the window, opened it, and flung the doll out into the street. There was a gasp and a half-cry of fear from Sybil. Oh, Alicia, you shouldn't have done that. I'm sure you shouldn't have done that. I had to do something, said Alicia Coombe. I just couldn't stand it anymore. Sybil joined her at the window. Down below on the pavement, the doll lay, loose-limbed, face down. You've killed her, said Sybil. Don't be absurd. How can I kill something that's made of velvet and silk? Bits and pieces. It's not real. It's horribly real, said Sybil. Alicia caught her breath. Good heavens! That child! A small, ragged girl was standing over the doll on the pavement. She looked up and down the street, a street that was not unduly crowded at this time of the morning, though there was some automobile traffic. Then, as though satisfied, the child bent, picked up the doll, and ran across the street. Stop! Stop! Called Alicia. She turned to Sybil. That child mustn't take the doll. She mustn't. That doll is dangerous. It's evil. We've got to stop her. It was not they who stopped her. It was the traffic. At that moment, 3 taxis came down one way and 2 tradesmen's vans in the other direction. The child was marooned on an island in the middle of the road. Sybil rushed down the stairs, Alicia Coombe following her, dodging between a tradesman's van and a private car. Sybil, with Alicia Coombe directly behind her, arrived on the island before the child could get through the traffic on the opposite side. You can't take that doll, said Alicia Coombe. Give her back to me. The child looked at her. She was a skinny little girl, about 8 years old, with a slight squint. Her face was defiant. Why should I give her to you? She said. Pitched her out of the window. You did. I saw you. If you pushed her out of the window, you don't want her. So now she's mine. I'll buy you another doll, said Alicia frantically. We'll go to a toy shop, anywhere you like, and I'll buy you the best doll we can find. But give me back this one. Shan't, said the child. Her arms went protectingly round the velvet doll. You must give her back, said Sybil. She isn't yours. She stretched out to take the doll from the child, and at that moment the child stamped her foot, turned, and screamed at them. Shan't, shan't, shan't. She's my very own. I love her. You don't love her. You hate her. If you didn't hate her, you wouldn't have pushed her out of the window. I love her. I tell you. And that's what she wants. She wants to be loved. And then like an eel, sliding through the vehicles, the child ran across the street, down an alleyway, and out of sight before the 2 older women could decide to dodge the cars and follow. She's gone, said Alicia. She said the doll wanted to be loved, said Sybil. Perhaps, said Alicia. Perhaps that's what she wanted all along. To be loved. In the middle of the London traffic, the 2 frightened women stared at each other.